times we don't see the change before us. Don't have answers. We operate in the fight of life. We operate in a sense of desperation. And a lot of times we don't see the change before us. Operate in the fight of life. We operate in a sense of desperation, and a lot of times we don't see the change before us. Answers. We operate in the fight of life. We operate in a sense of desperation, and a lot of times we don't see the change before us. Answers. We operate in the fight of life. We operate in a sense of desperation, and a lot of times we don't see the change before us. We operate in the fight of life. We operate in a sense of desperation, and a lot of times we don't see the change before us. sense of desperation. And a lot of times we don't see the
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Give me the date. It is June. Well, yeah, we're in July. July 3rd, 2025. Time flies. Yes, indeed. When you're doing a lot of work, time really flies. So give thanks. Welcome in, everyone. It is another day for our story. This is Thursday night.
This is
We're looking to have in-depth
this is actually
dialogue to
and I'm very grateful that
deal
you put us in this position.
knowledge.
By my home for
Yeah,
this.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
here for
Get
being
things
yours.
going good.
Really?
That
I'm
person
sorry for being
take
late.
the mic. Are you coming in? Yes, I give thanks. Give thanks. Just a reminder, mute your mics when you're coming in. Just remind folks, mute your mics when you're coming in. Welcome into our story Zoom class. Welcome in. All right, so got a few things coming up. But first we're gonna start with our prayer. So we'll have Ras Cipher, Selassie. If the eye is available, if the eye can open us up with a prayer, if possible. Yes, I.
Yes, Eli. Bigusa Salam.
Salam.
Kadamawi Ali Selassie, light of this world, Bahani Alem. Yes, I. Giving thanks. Oh, Siyomikziabi Kadamawi Ali Selassie, the light of this world, giving thanks and praises each and every day for thy light and thy power and thy glory. We ask thee, O Siyomikziabi Kadamawi Ali Selassie, to give thy blessings unto the meeting today, that I's eye rates may be lifted up and open to receive the blessings which come from the teachings. And then I pray and are in full hope and glory that the Mahel Safari shall strengthen and ones who come forth to hear the teachings of Ras Lazarus, Minister Lazarus, to bring forth a, a greater understanding. And may this day be blessed, and each and every one who comes forward living the light and glory of Sil Mixiabi Kadamari Ali Selassie. We're giving thanks for the Ethiopian World Federation. We pray for the federation that it shall be strengthened, and the overstanding of its purpose shall be given unto the world. Giving thanks and praises to Sil Mixiabi Kadamari Ali Selassie each and every day, each and every time, that our and our prayers and our gathering may be lifted up to the highest heights, to gather the people from the four corners of the earth. Haile Selassie Jah, Rastafari, Siamixiabi Kadamari Haile Selassie. Yes, I giving thanks. Sila, Sila, Sila.
Ela. Yes, sir. Give thanks. Give thanks, Chaplain. All right. Bless the Lord once again. This is the 3rd of July, 2025. The summer is hot, red hot. Hope you are keeping cool, keeping your hydration with that coconut water, the okra water. Get you hydrated with some watermelon juice. Get some limes in your water in the morning. Great remedy in the rising, right? Watermelon, lime, and a chlorophyll. Man, that'll boost you up. Other things to help boost you, like cinnamon, cloves, all these different little things, these little herbs are important right now for this summer. Keep that blood flowing, keep that blood hot, keep that blood clean. If you can detox yourself with the different methods that are out there, if you can do it this summer. Or if you want to enjoy your summer, get ready for the end of the summer to do it. So usually in Black August, we got a time where we fast because this is the time of the year traditionally in many cultures indigenously we fast at this time of the year because the summer is hot, it's blazing, it's going, the blood is pumping, the blood is hot, so things are not moving it too slow. There's no much blockage. But when it starts to slow down into the fall, it got to get cold, the sun starts to go away, you gotta get yourself cleaned up. So we have traditions that we go through, and this year we are building up those traditions even more, making those traditions even more prominent. So we started out over here with our story from last August, from meditating from the Black August, fasting early in the rising, and dealing with some early morning and early rising meditation and reasonings. And then we committed to every Thursday, and then we're going to close off this whole season in August on the 7th. So after that, we're going to be fasting and fasting. And then on the 30th, we have a big celebration to make the cycle repeat again, end it and begin it. So keep a lookout for that. We'll be having some more things. We got some great people to becoming part of this organization. We got some great people to take part of this initiative. And this initiative is going to be focusing on helping us to repatriate and formulate networks between ourselves that are very much intricate in this time, very much important. So everybody come along and join us because we are on the mission and the mission is moving no matter what. So we give thanks and praise for everybody coming in. Um, we will have some great topics tonight. This is a part 2 of Last Strong. So we're gonna have some more in-depth things with Minister Lazarus this evening. And be sure to always have your pen and paper because there's a lot of gems in here. And if you can't get it, come back. This is for those who can stay the long run. This is for the it's not for the swift, but for those who can endure. So give thanks to the word. We shall begin. Yes, I. Minister Lazarus.
Yes, sir. Give thanks. Give thanks. Did you want to make the announcements? Shea Butter, I know Local 26 has the event coming up as well. I didn't know if you wanted to put that out there before we begin.
Yes. We could put it out there. Yes. So I don't have the details for Local 26. Let me put it up right here. They're gonna have an event in Harlem. It's a wonderful event. It's gonna be at the center in Harlem. All right, well, I find that. We also definitely will be having some shea butter coming in soon. Our shipment from Ghana has just come in. So we got them at a great price. It's a great wholesale price. Definitely check us out. If you've been in the industry for a while, you know how it is to get some good authentic shea butter. And we got some good authentic shea butter straight out of Ghana, from the northern region, from the Boer people, and it is edible grade. Shea butter. So definitely check us out for that. And we also have that Corpus Crispy sea moss as well. If you're looking for that sea moss that has that great uh, variety of nutrients to the full extent and that dark, rich antioxidant effect to it. We have some of that as well, straight from Ireland. So definitely keep eye on us. We'll be getting more and more information out there. We're putting some more flyers out there, putting some more easy access links to get to stores and get to places where we can get products and get certain things for the regular. All right, so what we're having in New York is our sister Local 26 in New York is having an event called the Harlem Cultural Event. And it is going to have artists, it's going to have vendors dealing with clothing, it's going to have accessories, it's going to be music by DJs, and then also it's going to have a artist, Peter Shiloh, and he's gonna be singing. He's a vocalist. We also got other vocalists there as well. Vocalist Black Eye and vocalist Sterling, aka Sugars. Yeah, man. So it's gonna be a fun event. Stay tuned. We get some more details as we go along, but we definitely will be having some information on that. Now, this event is going to be on July 12th, 2025. Dinner is going to be served at 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. And then their concert starts at 8 p.m. till 10 p.m. It's going to be in New Amsterdam. New Amsterdam Music Association. And that's going to be in New York. And the cost for the tickets are $25, and vendors are on site as well. So if you're looking for something to do, to spend some money with your people, this is a wonderful event happening in Harlem, New York, over with Local 26. This is the Harlem Cultural Event with Peter Shiloh, the Armageddon chapter. So, yes, I right now we're going to move right along and give the mic over to Minister Ross Lazarus. Yes, I give thanks.
Yes, I. And we also have August the 30th event coming up.
Yeah, we got our own event too, but
Like,
we're gonna give it to them real good when we're ready. Yes, indeed. But like I say, check us out. We do have some things out there. If we do have vendors in the North Carolina area, us in North Carolina area, reach out to us. We are looking for some artists, and we do have some posts going around. But look out, we will have some more on that. And also, we have another event on the 16th of September as well, on the 13th, excuse me, the 13th of September as well in North Carolina as well. So we got a good amount of things coming up. So we will be giving you something every strong to let you know what we got going on and how we building. Yes, I. I give thanks for reminding me of that little detail. Yes, I.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Give thanks. Letting y'all hear nature sing to me right now. We've had some very powerful events in the last few days. One of them was Diaspora Day. July 1st was Diaspora's Day. And on that day, an organization was formed, the State of the African Diaspora, called SARD. The Ethiopian World Federation works hand in hand with SARD because it is a diaspora work that we do. So we unite with all entities that are working for the sovereign liberty and liberation and freedom of our people. For the key is always, as our brothers always state, the Moors, freedom and justice. Those are the mandatory things as the nation, and as Marcus Garvey said, freedom and justice. So what is freedom and what is justice? And His Majesty told us not to stop, to keep pushing forward for our justice, for our freedom. Now, when we do those are like sound bites of the past. But what is prevalent before us today is mentally that statement has a new meaning. Freedom prescribed to us today is just not being in jail or in prison. So we don't recognize the imprisonment that our ancestors were forced to embody under their colonial oppressors. This causes us at this stage, when we try to organize, it appears that people are in two different dimensions of existence. You could talk to some people and they have no clue of the reality of the war, of the epidemic that is being waged against us. When we speak of things, of mass pandemics being implemented against us continuously, and every time we find out that nature did not throw this on us, but works of man did. The destruction and the chaos of war we witnessed to with Palestine, Gaza, Congo, Sudan, and Ethiopia. And when we watch particularly what's going on in Gaza and Palestine area, we see infrastructure destroyed, the economy destroyed, everything. So imagine the rulers of war looking at this always and saying, well, how can we do this without so much destruction to the infrastructure? Because if we're dominating and we're killing people off, their goal would still be to maintain their economic power or the structure that makes them feel empowered. So the devices became more cloak and dagger. So we entered in what you call the cloak and dagger war. So it's a hidden war. But there's a visible war, but that's a propagandist war. Those are natural resource propaganda wars. Those become the physical guns and bomb wars that we see. But the psychological war, most don't see. The biological war, most don't want to see because they don't see an escape. They don't see help. They don't see it. So again, as we said last strong, they hold on to a floating log. Let's read a statement by His Majesty and let's try to dig in a little deeper to where this is going. In accordance with the proclamation which our Creator, abiding in His people and electing us, did cause to be made, we have lived without breach of this covenant as mother and son. Now, in that by the law and commandment of the Almighty I, none that is human may avoid return to earth, Her Majesty the Empress, after a few days of sickness, has departed this life. The passing of Her Majesty the Empress is grievous for myself and for the whole of the empire, since it is the long-standing custom that when a king, the shepherd of his people, shall die, a king replaces him. I, being the seed of David, to which I was betrothed, will, by God's charity, watch over you. Traders trade, farmers plow. I shall govern you by the law and the ordinance that has come handed down from my fathers. In accordance with the proclamation with our Creator. A proclamation with our Creator. Let's dig into this so that we can have a clear visualization as we go further into this. Proclamation, a public or official announcement, especially one dealing with a great importance. Shout out in Latin, that's what it is. A proclamation is a formal public statement. If the mayor of your town issued a proclamation honoring the state champion field hockey team, this is an official statement of praise and celebration. A major statement made in front of the audience or the authoritative word on some subject is a proclamation. What does proclamation mean in law? Proclaim. It's a transitive verb. Proclaim. To declare or declare to be solemnly, officially, or formally. In this terminology, there is a term that is being used by government heads that was even being used by the Pope. But there is a title that His Majesty carries. In Christian theology, the elect refers to individuals chosen by God for salvation and a special relationship with Him. This concept is central to discussions about God's sovereignty and human free will, particularly with the Calvinist theology. While some interpretations emphasize God's predetermination of the elect before their birth, God's predetermination of the elect before their birth, God's predetermination of the elect before their birth, others highlight the role of human faith and response to God's call in the process. Chosen by God, the term elect derived from the Greek word eklektos, meaning chosen, signifies God has specifically selected these individuals for salvation. In Calvinist theology, the elect are often believed to have been chosen by God before the foundation of the world, a concept known as predestination. Salvation and relationships. Being among the elect is understood to mean being chosen for both salvation and a special relationship with God. While not exclusive, while the concept can be controversial, it is important to note that many believe God's love and mercy extends to all. and that the elect are called to share God's message of salvation with others. Grace and faith. Some interpretations emphasize that God's grace is freely offered and that the elect are those who respond to this grace with faith. Grace and faith. Now, this terminology, well, let's do this. In the context of the crown of England, the phrase elect of God is closely tied to divine right of kings. Divine right of kings. This theory asserts that a monarch's authority comes directly from God, making the monarch answerable only to divine authority. Elect of God. This phrase reinforces the idea that the monarch was chosen by God to rule, justifying their power and authority. This meant that the king's rule was considered absolute, unquestionable by any earthly power, including parliament. The doctrine was particularly prominent during the reign of King James I of England. However, it faced challenges, including the English Civil War and decline with the rise of enlightenment, ideas emphasizing reason and individual rights. The English crown used the idea of being the elect of God to assert that the right to rule was ordained by a higher power and not subject to the will of people or other governing bodies. Divine right of kings is a political and religious doctrine of political legitimacy of a monarchy in Western Christianity up until the Enlightenment. It is also known as divine right theory of kingship. So when His Imperial Majesty says, in the accordance with the proclamation with our Creator, abiding in His people and electing us, did cause us to be made. We have lived without breach of this covenant as mother and son. Mother and son. Now listen what the next sentence says. Now in that, by the law and commandment of God, none that is human may avoid return to earth. Her Majesty, the Empress, after a few days of sickness, has departed this life. Not life, this life. The passing of Her Majesty, the Empress, is grievous for myself and for the whole of the empire. Now I'll go back to that statement. We have lived without breach of this covenant as mother and son. Electing us. Did cause us to be made. When His Majesty is speaking and you're reading this, you could forget to preclude that the us, and in this statement that He's making, He's speaking
On
please
yours? Yeah, they
mute
got
the mic. Please mute your mic.
oh, that what he said to you?
Please mute your mic. He is speaking in the terminology of the divine right of authority and governance. And he's speaking in unison with his empress. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to read this again. In accordance with the proclamation which our Creator, abiding in his people and electing us, did cause to be made, we have lived without breach of his covenant as mother and son. Now, in two reviews of that statement, the mother and son could refer to the divine union between the emperor and the empress. And then also the mother and son, meaning the light of the sun, the truth of the sun. Mother and son, the lap of the sun, mother and son, that sacred connection that never ends, the bringer of life into this world, the mother and son. So the commandments, the covenant, the unification that the emperor and the empress have with the divine creator is like a relationship of a mother and son. In that, I'm going to go to the Kebra and the Goss, and I'm going to read something at first. And we're going to come back to this. The Lord appeared to Azarias or Azariah, and having opened the doors of the holies of holies with the keys which he had in his hand, he told him to go and bring in the box that had been made to replace the tabernacle. When he had done this, Azarias and Elenius and Abessa and Machariah brought out the tabernacle and carried it into the house of Azarias, the house of Azariah. And then they returned to the temple and put together the box that was to replace the tabernacle and locked the doors and came out. Bena or Bain, Lakim, who was well acquainted with all that had been done, then went and bade Solomon farewell and received his father's blessing. Then Azarias set the tabernacle, Zion, upon a wagon and covered it over with baggage of all kinds, and accompanied by the cries of men, the wailings of women, and howling of dogs, and the screams of asses, it was driven out of Jerusalem. Both Solomon and his people knew instinctively that the glory of Israel had departed with it. Then Solomon told Zadok the priest to go into the holies of holies and bring out the covering of the tabernacle and to spread over the tabernacle in its stead the new covering which he had specifically made for the purpose. And thus saying, he placed the new covering in the hands of the high priest. The queen of Sheba had asked him for a piece of the fringe of the covering of the tabernacle, and she had repeated her request by the mouth of her son. And Solomon determined to send the complete covering to her The text mentions 5 mice and 10 emeralds, which were given to Zion, but it is not clear whether Solomon meant them to be given to the queen with the covering of the tabernacle. Acting on Solomon's instructions, Zadok went and fetched the covering of the tabernacle and gave it to Baal Lachim, or David, together with a chain of gold. Then the wagons were loaded in Baal Lachim as Solomon's second son in Jerusalem, for he knew that Solomon had a, sorry, skip the wrong page. Damn. Well, the number looked like a change. Hold on. I mean, wow, there. Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, darn. Got an old one, and my pages, some of them popped out, but they slipped in this book. And that one page might be missing that one page. That's all.
Yes, I don't hear the eye, King.
Yeah. All right. All right. I'm
Yes.
paid. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just start at the next point and then bring it back in. Um, because it fell from that one page. I don't know how I'm missing that one page. Um, we'll go from here. So when Solomon himself, because the second page, they realized that the Ark of the Covenant is gone after Zadok removes the piece of the covering, and then Ban-Lek and them leave. After Solomon and Zadok realize it, they send people out after them. They make haste and trace them all the way down to the area where they get to Egypt. And this is when Solomon himself arrived at Gaza, and he found the report which his scouts had made to him was true, and his heart was sank. Near Egypt, he met envoys of the Pharaoh who had been sent to him with presents, and asked one of them for news of the thieves. This man told them that he had seen the company of David II in Cairo traveling through the air, and that all the statues of kings and gods in Egypt had fallen down in the presence of the tabernacle of Zion and were dashed in pieces. When Solomon heard this, he returned to his tent and wept bitterly and gave vent to the lamentations that formed. When Solomon returned to Jerusalem, he went with the elders into the house of God, and he and Zadok embraced each other and wept bitterly. And then they dried their tears, and the elders made a long speech to Solomon in which they sketched the past history of the Ark of the Covenant, the tabernacle of Zion. And they reminded him how the Philistines captured it and carried it into the house of David, and how they sent it away with 60 gold figures of mice and 60 folly, and how when it came to Judah, the men of Dan slew the camels and drew the wagons on which they traveled, and cut it up and burnt the wagons, and how it withdrew to its place and was ministered by Samuel, and how it refused to be carried to the valley of Gilboa, and how David, the father of Solomon, brought it from Samaria to Jerusalem. They proved to the king that the tabernacle of Zion could not have been carried off against God's will, and that if it was God's will, it would return to Jerusalem. If it was not, then it would not. Of one thing they were quite certain: the tabernacle was able to take care of itself. When Solomon had heard that all they had to say, he agreed with them that the will of God was irresistible, that the will of God was irresistible. Now, when we speak of that, we could take that in two constructs. When we read earlier about the proclamation of the Creator, and we read about divine right of king, we are speaking then about a proclamation, an election, a divine authority being in place. Now, all that is good. And we love that when we read that, and we can go through the Bible and all of that. But when it comes to the living reality, see, Ethiopia has a living reality. It's not plain church. The way of the church is the cultural way of life in Ethiopia. But to others, these statements of the Ark of the Covenant and God's presence and all of that is good. But when it comes to the living life, the living proclamation, we can't see it. I say this because all of the world is crying out. People are in desperation for answers. They're hurting. Children are hurting. And everyone is trying to figure out how to put balance in this thing, in this world, in this life. So if that is pretty much one of the first decrees, everyone, you have to first look at who was able to cause a string of balance to be brought into the world. Because the world was all the way out of balance. We know that from slavery, from colonialism. We're looking at the world, seeing that. And then we go to His Majesty, who comes and contests the disbalance. But not just in protest, not just in speeches of theory, but in actual works that have impactful forces of change. Not in verbal theories, not in a verbal protest, but in proclamations of authority. So His Majesty receives the proclamation of authority. And His Majesty speaks, says, this proclamation of authority is endowed through the Creator. Who is abiding in His people, not outside. And electing us did cause to be made our existence. And thereby we have lived in this breach. Live without breach of this covenant as mother and son. A proclamation of authority. Divine king right. But here today, that's not our position before the world. Not one people, not just say members of the EWF, but all people. People say, well, what's the precedent of law that you would use to be successful in contesting the positions of your enemy? Do you have a rightful position? Do you have a rightful position? Is it all theory? or is there a rightful position? So we look at immigration attacks now. Our brothers, the Haitians in New York, were just brutally attacked again. But America would not even be an America without Haiti. They always speak of Henri Christophe and so forth, and many more attributes of Haiti's triumphs that led to European pullouts in the region. So when we sit back and never speak our truth, we're setting up the playing field or the chessboard for our oppressor to move in and destroy. Because our Constitution tells us to save ourselves from annihilation. There has to be something foreseen, that some type of catastrophe of this nature is coming. Where is such a threat? Who are these? Who would issue a threat of annihilation on a people? So our Constitution is informing us of a high potential threat. Now, His Majesty understood that threat. His Majesty understood that threat. And so it bewilders me when I know that we have strong-minded brothers and sisters who have been studying, they've been coming into consciousness, they're learning certain things. And there is no denial of the Kushite Ethiopian presence in so many aspects across so many continents, leading to civilization, the divine understanding of creation. And then, if you're studying just the basicness of international law, just the basic principles of international law, there is no way other than by the ego or fearing the loss of some people think, what is it? Their sheep, their students, their congregation. So many people are afraid they'll lose their sheep, their congregation. But in the simple constructs of what makes sense and how do we save ourselves, just simple. It's not a battle, it's not nothing, because what we're talking about is not taking from any group, putting down any group, having to battle about names. All of this is removed. So we're talking about solution-based that is critical in the things that we need so we can work as one. So people say, well, we need to get something good that doesn't keep us divided. this and so forth. But yet here, by divine king right, by an authority from the creator, His Imperial Majesty issues us a charter. So it's not that we were waiting today to figure out what to build, what organization to create, how to word the paperwork. That's not the problem. We don't have that. We have a decree. We have a charter issued by the King of Kings, an emperor. Now, all of our sovereignty brothers and movement brothers and anything else, they know that a charter was issued by the British throne, the French thrones, the Catholic Church, and these charters have become the authority over us from day one, since then. And we've been fighting these illegal assumptions of authority over us. Now, His Majesty comes and contests the illegal assumptions of authority. Ethiopia is faced with the illegal assumption of authority of Rome, Italy, to seize their land. And they are victorious against this, thereby setting a standard. Thereby, the standard was now being issued. But as in all things, the standard could not be just issued by the oppressor. As so-called the oppressor starts issuing out standards to still hold their position of power. So His Majesty issues out another standard. That's the EWF. See, because we go from just straight ruled by these colonial oppressors, and the Berlin Conference was cutting out Africa. So international law was still defining the precedent of the colonial empires as rulership, as the precedent over the people. Even though they came back and named it democracy and all of these other things they try to call it in the codex of Cloak and Dagger War. But His Imperial Majesty issues out, not leaving it to the oppressors. Right now in South Africa, they're having an issue where the United Nations, that was 2016, issued out a decree that the indigenous and the customary kingdoms of South Africa, the land and the government powers and all, it should be returned back to them. So, you hear a lot of people say, we keep talking that, but these governments, these things ain't going nowhere. So in one instance, we say we want to be free. In another instance, we don't believe we can be free. But then in the reality, as we said, people don't see. His Imperial Majesty already set you free and gave you a government to govern yourself in this freedom. Now, it don't matter what you are. Like if this is not something that we should be yelling off the rooftops, if this is not something that every person, every black person, every indigenous black people, all matter if you call yourself Moors, Hebrew, Akan, Yoruba, if you say you Native American, it doesn't matter. The empire of Ethiopia has set the decree of authority, removing you from under the Pope. Now, the only reason the power is strong because we haven't shifted to our position. The only reason the oppression still is able to exist under the illusions of that's the reality in which we're supposed to live in is because we haven't shifted to our position. Like in man, we could solve the problem in 30 days. We could get massive amount of people to recognize their government. When we say your government, then we're talking about you have to say what is medicine. You have to say what is food. You have to define these things as part of your government. So all these things you're complaining about, the school system, you have to create the school system then. So it's not a, oh, I wish we could get these people to stop doing this with the school system. No, we can create our own school system. So again, we're going to repeat some of the things that we've shown before because I want it to be strong in your mind of your power. Because the only way you're going to move forward is if you know your power. And so His Majesty gave you power and authority. I always remember when I was young and the pastor was telling this story about Jesus. And he said the people made a statement. They said, who is this man who is speaking with authority? You know, the system, they wasn't used to that. They are the authority. Who is this coming to them speaking with authority? We need you to speak with authority. We don't need you to doubt. We need you to know. We need everyone to be so sharp that then the reality is spread amongst our people of their power to protect and save themselves from annihilation. I once heard a brother say, well, if you take these positions and they get angry and they want to attack you, the thing about that is if you're operating in one capacity, just like an organization, nonprofit or something. I think the organization, the Yahoo movement, they ran into their office, took all their computers, locked them up for a little while, let them go, said that they were dealing with the Russians. We used to go over that video several times. We started that in Black August when we started this Thursday program. And we were showing that, you know, they weren't operating as an international governmental organization. or as one who had been chartered by a government to be a government for their people, or chartered by the empire, or chartered by a government into existence. So they were just operating in the status of like citizenship under their oppressor. So they were able to be attacked. Now, when you rightfully take your position in your declaration and movement yourself as a government, it's different. Oh yeah, you still can be attacked, but in those aspects, because you're operating as an indigenous or customary um, governmental people, or the government of your people, you're operating your official capacity. Under that call, now you have the ability to call in other forces for aid and assistance in protecting you or your communities. This is how they send in UN soldiers, but they be African soldiers and so forth and whatever. And they're able to go and protect certain communities and stuff and certain traumas. You have the same right. You have the same ability to mobilize them. Then you say, well, why would the system do that? Because they're still against us. See, but that's where you have to build, where you're not building halfway, but you're building fully with your brothers and sisters of the world, particularly Africa. Particularly Africa. So in that, this is where you heard us speaking about our tax residency certificate, speaking about creating trade endeavors, working with Africa, finding a way to be part of building their infrastructure so that we have a relationship that requires them on those aspects as well to protect our interests and to defend us. So it's not guns and bombs no more. It's tariffs and trading embargoes and refusal to trade unless behaviors change. So this is the construct that we, the diaspora, we, the Ethiopian World Federation members, have to build and develop amongst ourselves. We have to see ourselves as world players in the movement and the changes of the planet. This is the position that His Imperial Majesty has given you. Now, it's hard. I'm trying to say it in a simple form. So it's hard for most to conceive that, to really understand that in that capacity. Now, last sprung, I asked some people to screenshot something about a charter. Who was on and who screenshotted what it was?
What was the question, Russ?
Last
Yeah,
Thursday, I gave I put on the screen about the charter and
yeah,
receiving the charter from the empire. And I told everyone to screenshot it because you need to know it. You need to be able to speak this. So I just asked who screenshotted it, who has it.
yeah. I did. Yeah.
Okay, would you like to read it for us?
Hang on, I'm just going to pull it up, Russ. Hold on. Yeah, screenshot. Um, Screenshot. Yeah, where is that? So I'm just trying to find it, Russ. Was it? There's a special place where it saves the screenshots on here. I can't see where it is. PQRS. Um, Screenshots. Let me just do a search here. I can't see where I can't see where it's saved to.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I can see yours. Yeah. The
Yeah, you,
if yeah, if an emperor issues a charter to a group of people and a constitution to govern themselves, are these people a government under the empire? Come up. In such a scenario, the group of people are part of the empire, but they are allowed a degree of self-governance. Here's a breakdown. The charter. The charter is the legal document issued by the emperor that grants the group certain rights, privileges, and powers, essentially establishing their existence and the framework of their relationship within the empire. Constitution. The constitution developed by the group themselves outlines how their internal government will operate and defines their powers, rights, and responsibilities within the limits set by the charter. Go up. Come up more. Yeah. Relationship. The relationship to the empire. Even though they have their own government and constitution, they are still considered under the authority of the emperor and the empire. The charter ensures that the emperor retains superiority and that the chartered entity need to come up a bit. Uh,
it's not gonna go up further, but you're just gonna have to. What is this?
okay, yeah. Well, I can't see no more. Yeah, it ended at the entity. I couldn't see any more than that. Yeah, yeah. Right. It says relationships, even though, yeah. Therefore, yeah. So, relationship to the hold it there, Russ. The superior, right. The charter ensures that the emperor retains superiority and that the chartered entity acknowledges a subordinate status within the relationship. Think of it like the colonial charters granted by the British Crown to the colonies in America. These charters provided a basis for colonial governments and self-governance, but did not make the colonies independent nations. They were still under the ultimate authority of the British Crown. Yes, sir.
Okay. So here we have to look at what the Europeans did with their charter and what we did with our charter. See, that's the line right there. So you say, hold up. All over the world, everybody's enslaved and colonized. In Africa, everybody's colonized except Ethiopia. Ethiopia is the last holder of divine kingly right. Can't be by accident. It, 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 the divine kingly right could have been in another spot and it could have been colonized, but it was in Ethiopia. And under Izana, the word was given to him to accept the birthright as the Christian ruler under the King of Kings title, Basilius, as the monarchy, the rightful bloodline. Then here His Majesty comes and undoes the chains of colonial and enslaved empires. Like, there was no relief. We were under colonial enslaved empires' rule. There was no relief. There was no time out. We got enough. Let's tag out. Hold up, y'all done beat us too much. No. All right, y'all done did this enough years. No, there was no relief until Ethiopia's victory. Now that's a living reality. Now some people like to play this game. Oh, His Majesty fled Ethiopia when the British and they want to play like, oh, Marcus Garvey say he was a coward and da 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 da. What are you talking about? There was no relief. What changed the direction? Just simple question. Let's go on. Let's go right here. Let's do this. Here in America, we say you have the Prophet Noble Drew Ali. We have the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. We have Farad Muhammad. We have Clarence 13X. We have Ben Ami, Hebrew Israelites. Then we have Yahweh Ben Yahweh, Hebrew Israelites. But none of them stopped what was taking place in the world. They didn't issue a decree or any implementations in the international arena for the changes to stop. They didn't have the influential position to push the changes to stop. Now, each one of those are teachers to awaken us to seek freedom and justice and truth. But when we talk about 1930s, 1920s, all of them coming on the scene, Berlin Conference in full effect, Hawaii being dominated, Puerto Rico, the islands, the Caribbeans, there was no end to the European conquest until it chose to go into Ethiopia. Remember, it was head first. Any land they wanted, they were taking, and they were giving it to this European country to oversee it. It was their land. So we're talking in 1935, 1930s, the conquest of the European had not stopped. Their conquest didn't stop with Black spiritual leaders in America. Their conquest didn't stop with spiritual leaders in Jamaica or in the Caribbean. Their conquest didn't stop because Marcus Garvey. They were still on their conquest. But a king a king looked into the ways of the world where no leaders were speaking human rights, or that every person on earth the creator abides in, and that these souls and spirits should be respected as such. Not in the European world. And definitely not an African leader. So when His Majesty is saying, if you proceed with this spirit, it is us today, it shall be you tomorrow. So you got to think now. He didn't say my people gonna get you. and we're going to destroy you and shoot you down and beat y'all down. Say, this spirit that you letting, this how you letting this fastest spirit move through the earth. It's us today, but it shall be you tomorrow. You will destroy you. You will attack you. Remember what the Europeans said? This African king crazy. There's no European gonna attack a European. Not in this time like that. And lo and behold, now when you go from the development of international law and changing the paradigm of those who were governing, first chess move, His Imperial Majesty made sure that China, see, a lot of us, yeah, we speak illfully of the Chinese and so forth, but China is going into Africa and they've been doing a lot of things. Yes, there's ill intent in a lot of people because this capitalistic European world has shaped the mentalities of how people view and respect us. But there was an intent by His Majesty to place China at the table of the UN when he had no one else there. So this is why him and Mei Tong was so close. Ethiopia got China the seat at the United Nations. Then His Imperial Majesty was instrumental in fighting the apartheid for South Africa. So today we see South Africa holding up the same mantle and the principles that His Majesty held up for them. Truth and rights, and justice, freedom. So we're looking at what moved the pieces on the board. What moved these pieces on the board? Now, when we speak about that, those are the pieces that are seen and moved already. But there are pieces that were put in place for a checkmate. But it was for us to push the peace forward. His Majesty placed us in position. Will we stay aware of the board and make the moves that's required in the right time? So right now, we're at the right time. See, there's a new world here today that knows that they are supposed to have the right of freedom, that knows that they should not be subject to no one. There's a new generation of youth here today that are calling for the liberation of their being, their soul, that want to return back to their earth cultures and earth societies, being one with nature in the Ma'at spirit. They're sounding the horn and the trumpets. They're looking for their place under the sun. They want to formulate their tribal governments as they did in the past. Here we have a vehicle, the Ethiopian World Federation, where locals, governments, states can be located anywhere in the world. And again, as I always say, your local government can be a Hebrew Israelite government, a Yahweh government, a Moorish government, an Islamic government, an Akan government, a Hebrew government, an Israelite government. and indigenous government, all under the charter of the King of Kings. His Majesty did not issue this charter to tax you, to oppress you, but to bring you from under the veil of the Papa Bull. So when we hear our people crying for remedies, for answers, they have been given. Not by Brother Laz, but by His Imperial Majesty. Let's look a little further. So we go back, particularly here to the United States, but this is applicable in the UK, Jamaica, Canada, anywhere in the world. But we're going to try to make this clear so you have an overstanding. And I'm trying to repeat stuff because I know sometimes you don't catch it the first time. But if we go back over it enough, it locks in your mind and you'll be able to speak it, teach it, spread the good news. So this is the Treaty of Amity of Economic Relationships between the United States of America and Ethiopia. Entered in by His Imperial Majesty. Again, Article 1 of this treaty states, there shall be constant peace and firm and lasting friendship between the United States of America and Ethiopia. The two high contracting parties reiterate their intent to further the purpose of the United Nations. This is their intent, to further the purpose of the United Nations. So this is a contractual agreement. What is the purpose of the United Nations? Human rights, the Declaration of Human Rights. The Declaration of Human Rights. See, remember, it was the League of Nations. So their interest was their so-called nations and empires that they had. This here is a declaration based on human rights. So now this is the contractual agreement with the United States. It's powers. Each high contracting party shall have the right to send to the other high contracting party fully accredited diplomatic representatives. So Ethiopia sends to the United States Emmanuel Bey, a diplomatic accredited representative. So we see that we start to go back into this language again. All furniture, equipment, supplies, consignments, or withdrawals from customs custody for a consular or diplomatic office of either high contracting party for official use shall be exempt within the territories of the other high contracting party from all custom duties and internal revenue or other taxes, whether imposed upon or by reason of importation. The baggage, effects, and other articles imported exclusively for the personal use of consulars and diplomatic officers and employees and the members of their families and suits who are nationals of the sending state and not nationals of the receiving state are not engaged in any private occupation for gain in the territories of the receiving state shall be exempt from all customs, duties, and internal revenues, other taxes imposed upon or by reasons of importation, such as exemption shall be granted with respect to the aforementioned property. Now, we're talking about diplomatical exemptions and rights here. So this is important to understand. Let's look at it in another format. So this is not so most of the time you hear people say international organization. So let's look at this. So it's a limited here on international organizations. I want to show you this first, and then we'll go into the diplomatical positions of it. So I wanted to pull up the exact other definition, but it should come up in here. No, didn't do it right. International organization is a formal structure typically established by agreements between at least two states with the aim of pursuing common interests. Now, in this aspect, you have what they call like the United Nations is the international organization, but that's multiple states in agreement. Now, the Ethiopian World Federation, we entered into the treaty. It was called the Treaty of the Circle of Life. So now the Treaty of the Circle of Life becomes an entity because you have multiple states surrounded under this agreement. In this position. So now the Treaty of the Circle of Life is like an international organization because we're signed in with the Chissaquah, with Chief Red Wolf, with the Lakota, Chief Chasing Horse, with the state of the African diaspora. So, and the Khoisan are also in the process of signing the treaty as well with us. So what we're developing here is an international conglomerate amongst indigenous peoples of the world. And thereby we share an interest. So this becomes what you would call international organization. Now you have, let's go key structures, formal structures. They have defined structures, rule, procedures for their operations. They involve at least two or more states as members. They are formed to address shared goals and interests of their members. International law, they are governed by the international law and may create international law. Create international law. The United Nations, European Union, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank are prominent examples. Type of international organizations, IGOs. These are established by treaties between governments and have states as their members. So this is what we have done with the Treaty of Circle of Life. But also in some aspects, because the Ethiopian World Federation is a federation, in some components of definition, it is, I mean, well, it is not some form, but it is an international governmental organization in that aspect as well. It is an IGO. Why? Let's look again. Let's look again at the next definition. So it is called the Ethiopian world. So Ethiopian world. You have to think about that word world. It's not Ethiopian state. It's not Ethiopian. It's Ethiopian World Federation. So it is understood this is all over the world. We have locals in Haiti, locals in the Caribbean, locals in Africa, locals in America, locals in the Pacific. So now it requires us to realize the power in this. And as a collective of people, how powerful it is. Now, you have the right to make law. You heard that in the IGO, international law. So this is why we come together. So a federation, also called, is an entity characterized by a union of partially self-governed province, states, or other regions. So the Ethiopian World Federation has what we call locals. Those are states, those are regions. Under a federal government, federalism, in a federation, the self-governing status of the component states as well as the division power between them and the central government is constitutionally. So what happens is the Ethiopian World Federation has locals, which are states, but we also have a federal central government, which is called the International Executive Council, the IEC. So the IEC is made up of members from different locals who have been voted in under a constitutional process. Just like in the United States, all of the states vote and they put a president in place. This president could have been from any one of the states. The vice president could have been from any one of the states. The all of the members of Congress and Senate, they are representatives, what we would call delegates. So each of the locals in the Ethiopian World Federation, when it comes to convention time, we send delegates. We have delegates that represent the entity. So we have each have presidents, we have vice presidents who also represent the local regions before the international body. So you have what is the Ethiopian World Federation. Is constitutionally entrenched and may not be altered by a unilateral decision, neither by the component states nor the federal political body without constitutional amendment. Same thing in the Ethiopian World Federation. We have a constitution. It cannot be amended without the votes of all of the locals. It can't be amended by the IEC by itself. It requires a vote of the people, a constitutional requirement. And it cannot, our constitution cannot be changed by a unilateral or someone outside of us to tell us we have to change this. So our constitution places us in sovereign power and is formally divided between a central authority and a number of constituent regions, so that each region retains some degree of control over its internal affairs. So each local in the Ethiopian World Federation is autonomous. So that's why I said it based on your autonomous nature as a local. You say, okay, I want to sign up to the EWF, but I want us to start our own local. So the EWF will say, look, you need 25 people. Do you have 25 people with you? So you say, okay, I'm going to get my 25 people. So your 25 people can be all Hebrew Israelites. And your local can receive a charter, and under your autonomous nature, you keep your constitutional rights in places. You can't change your constitutional operations, but in your autonomous nature, your operation can be formulated around the Hebrew Israelite ways. So you might say on Sabbath day, there is no meetings. We will do this on that, this on this on the Sabbath. So you would probably have to tell the global body any meetings on the Sabbath that your local wouldn't take part in. That's your autonomous nature that we have to respect. We have to honor. And we cannot, that's your autonomous nature. And that's your right as a local. The next local may be all Moors. So you might have 25 Moors and they might say their sacred day is Friday and they do a practice on Friday. That's what the local has the right to set in place. And no one can judge the local. Now you still have to protect the constitutional rights of your members. So let's say you get 300 members that join to your local and they all supposed to be operating under the Hebrew Israelite way. Let's say 10 of them decide, look, I still want to be part of this local, but I'm not going to do this Hebrew Israelite religion no more. Now, under the Constitution, that local has to protect their constitutional right to not be judged by religion because the EWF is not based on religion. So now you can't remove them because they don't practice your religion. That's unconstitutional. That's unconstitutional. Now you have the ability to be the keepers of order and justice for all people, regardless of religion or anything else like that. Now, there are things in our Constitution that define family and so forth. So there are questions on modern theologies of way of life where people do not believe family is man and woman. There's two women or two men. Those will become questions in the locals of what is the reality of that in our EWF. But according to our Constitution, family is man, woman, and child. So those are the things that we would be equivalated to standing on. Um, so just in understanding as being a government, these are the things that you will be faced with. Will you be like your oppressor? Will you deny people of their rights? So each region retains some degree of control over its internal affairs. Overriding powers of central authority theoretically can include the constitutional authority to suspend a constituent state's government by invoking gross mismanagement or civil unrest. So let's say your local fails to properly keep in with its monthly reports to the IEC, fails to have meetings, fails to pay dues. None of your members are participating, they're non-active. And when the IEC approaches you, you're disruptive or whatever. Now they can suspend a local, say it's non-active, non-active. Now the people of that local are still members of the EWF, so they have protection. But that local is considered non-active, meaning that when we come to convention and it comes time to vote for a president, the non-activeness of that local stops it from being able to send delegates to be put forth to vote in for the president and so forth. And maybe won't even have members that will even be able to run for election because non-active means most members wouldn't be paying their dues. And so in all governmental operations, these things are required. So the EWF is a full structured government, just like the United States, just like any other country. Any other country. And so just like all countries, it's going to have its learning positions of how to do things to make it easier for the people. We look at the United States, we look at all of these countries around the world. They've been in operations for 200, 300, 400 years. They still can't get an election right. They still having questions. They're still challenging each other's credibility or if they upheld the righteous elections and all kind of things. So our organizations, as we learn to be a government for the world, an international global organization, it's then going to be a lot of learning experiences. You have to learn how to make things available for multiple languages. So we have Spanish speaking members, we have French speaking members. So now cultural differences, cultural aspects, all of these things have to be taken in place as we set up to govern we, the Black peoples of the world. So we are calling brothers and sisters to come in, learn the operation of the Constitution of your government. Come be a part of it. Come be active. Come be part of the power for change. This is going to take the minds of people who can push past petty indifferences and see that it's time for us to take the bull by the horns. And His Majesty has put us in a position to where we can. And I mean the Papa Bull. So we are able to do this through the mechanisms that His Majesty has given us. Governmental or constitutional structures found in a federation is considered to be federalist or to be examples of federalism. It can be considered in comparison with the unitary states. France and Japan, for example, have a unitary for many centuries. The Australian Empire was a unitary state with crown lands. After the transformation of Austria and Hungary monarchy, the remaining crown lands of the so-called Celestania became federated at Lander of the Republic of Austria through the implementation of its constitution. Germany with its 16 states or Lander, and Nigeria with its 36 states and federal capital territory are examples of federation. Federations are multi-ethnic and cover a large area of territory, such as Russia, the United States, Canada, India, Brazil. So, do you think that when His Majesty signed and did a charter for the Ethiopian World Federation, if the definition of federation was understood, so let's go to (1955) Revised Constitution of Ethiopia, the conquering line of the tribe of Judah, Haile Selassie I, elect of God, Emperor of Ethiopia. Article 1, so we make sure we get this clear. The Ethiopian Empire and the succession to the throne. Article 1, the Empire of Ethiopia comprises all the territories, including the islands and the territorial waters, under the sovereignty of the Ethiopian crown. Its sovereignty and territory are indivisible. Its territories and sovereign rights thereon are inalienable. All African Ethiopian subjects, whether living within or without the empire, constitute the Ethiopian people. The Ethiopian people. That's Article 1. Now I'm asking some of you a question. What body of ocean where there are islands is next to Ethiopia? Is Ethiopia on a body of ocean that has islands?
Well, there are islands off of the coast of Ethiopia in the Indian Ocean. There's all the islands going right the way down to the South Pacific.
And
on
that's
the
on
other side,
Somalia's. That's on Somalia's coast. You said that? What did you say, Somalia?
No, I said all of the islands off of the coast of.
Let's just look at the map. Oh, it just did the same thing.
But I would say that the ancient Ethiopian, what is the Atlantic Ocean, was called the Ethiopian Ocean, and all the islands off of there.
Okay. But let's look at the map here. So 'cause we need to make sure we know what we're talking about. Where is the ocean or where is the water on Ethiopia's borders? Right here. Or does it belong to other people's borders?
Well, they're on Somalia is other people's borders and Eritrea. But
Okay.
that's why His Majesty made it. That's why His Majesty brought Eritrea back into the empire to extend the border to the
Okay.
coast.
Okay. So this Article 1 is not talking about this area, right?
No.
No, can't be, is it? Okay. I just want to get us to having the visualization of the word as we read it, because including the islands and the territorial waters under the sovereignty of Ethiopian crown. All right. So let's go down here to Article 26. I think that's where we should start at. In pursuance and requirement of Article 22, the members of Parliament shall take the following oath. In the name of the Almighty, I hereby swear allegiance and fidelity to my sovereign, His Imperial Majesty, and that I will, as a member of Parliament, faithfully respect the laws and Constitution of the Empire, and I will disclose no secret or confidential information revealed to me in connection with my official duties and positions. So help me God. In pursuance of the requirements of Article 22, the members of the Crown Council shall take the following oath. In the name of the Almighty, I hereby swear allegiance and fidelity to my sovereign, His Imperial Majesty, and I will, as a member of the Parliament, faithfully respect the laws and the Constitution of the Empire, and I will disclose no secrets or confidential information revealed to me in connection with my official duties and positions. So help me God. Powers and prerogative of the Emperor. The Parliament swears an allegiance to His Imperial Majesty. Article 26, sovereignty of the empire is vested in the emperor, and the supreme authority over all the affairs of the empire is exercised by him as the head of state in the manner provided for in the present constitution. Article 27. The emperor determines the organization, powers, and duties of all ministries, executive departments, and the administration of the government and appointments, promotes, transfers, suspends, and dismisses the officials of the same. Article 28. The emperor appoints mayors and the municipalities referred to in Article 129 of the present Constitution from 3 candidates presented in each case by the municipal council thereof. Article 29, the emperor reserves the rights with advice and consent of Parliament to declare war. He further reserves the right to decide what armed forces shall be maintained both in time of peace and in time of war. As commander-in-chief of the armed forces, he has the right to organize and commend the said forces to commission and confer military rank upon the officers of the said forces, and to promote, transfer, or dismiss any of the said officers. He has further the right to declare a state of siege, martial law, and state of siege, martial law, or a national emergency, and to take such measures as are necessary to meet a threat to the defense or integrity of the empire, and to assure its defense and integrity. So the emperor, the supreme directive of foreign relations of the empire, the emperor having supreme authority of creating ministries, organizations, and under the threat of the sovereignty of Ethiopia, he has the authority to create what is necessary to defend it. So here you go, Africa being attacked. Ethiopia's out there alone. And the people in the West stand up to cheer and chant and protest the attacks on Ethiopia. His Majesty then gives you rank to continue your defense. His Majesty bestows a rank of authority upon you. He awards you for your due diligence for Ethiopia. He sees the necessity for empowering you to save yourselves from annihilation. Again, you'll hear me keep saying, His Majesty didn't leave the job for our oppressors to give us a government, for our oppressors to emancipate us to self-determination. His Majesty ordained a charter for us to implement self-determination. The Empire of Ethiopia. Now, let's go to nationality. Any person of either sex shall be Ethiopian nationals where both or either parents is Ethiopian. Foreign nationals may acquire Ethiopian nationality, particularly relating to nationality shall be determined by law. Article 7, gender reference. Get to the federation. I think it's 16. The Federal Democratic Republic should comprise of states, council, you know what? This is 95. I think it's 93. Yeah, go back. It's 94. I wanted to get you the Federation definition, sovereignty of the people. Okay, let's see it. I'm trying to remember which one it was. Internationality. Trying to remember where they give the definition of both for the rights of a federation in that aspect. But let's go back to this number 7 again. So we have two components here with His Majesty when we talk about a position of power. And the second component comes in the Article 7, where we always go over Article 7, Section 1. Companies constituted under the applicable law and regulations of either high contracting party shall have their juridical, their juridical, shall have their juridical, shall have their juridical authority recognized or status recognized within the territories of the other high contractor. So this means in the United States, they have to recognize your. So let's go back. And somebody got their phone off on mute. All right. That's okay. Rob, hey, please mute your phone. Ras Mushaya, please mute your phone. Thank you. Okay, so here we go. Now, in really demonstrating this on two levels, let's go to this video. Right.
Are you there, Russ? I can't hear anything. Russ Lazarus?
He
There's
probably
none said.
disconnected. Let me call him on. Hold on.
I'm gonna stop right there.
All right, yes, sir. We can hear you now.
Nah, the video had stopped like that. I don't know why it did that.
Oh, okay.
That I'm not unabashedly a black. I'm an unabashedly a black man, an African that's committed to the liberation of black people, the African and all the other oppressed peoples on the planet Earth. And the United States has always historically been opposed to the liberation of oppressed people, opposed to freedom in Nicaragua, opposed to freedom in Afghanistan, opposed to freedom in South Africa. Mandela, from your perspective, at one time was a terrorist. Fidel Castro, how many times has the U.S. government tried to murder Fidel Castro? This is the reality that we're talking about, and so we are unabashedly on our own side. So I just want to say that in terms of what happened. Let me just say, they actually sent a drone into this house. They said we were not charged with anything. That's what they said. They handcuffed me and my wife out here. They wanted me to sit on the curb while they were carrying this out, something that I refused to do. They wanted my wife to sit on the curb out here, that she refused to do. Only thing we do is fight for black people, black power. All you got to do is walk through North St. Louis and you can see the changes that we brought here as a party for black people. And the government is opposed to that, and that's why we are under attack, and also because they see us as pawns that they can use in this propaganda war against Russia. That's why black people who make this mistake of assuming that what's happening in Afghanistan or what's happening in Russia and Ukraine have nothing to do with us, clearly it does have something to do with us. The United States government clearly says it has something to do with us. And what they have done also is tried to create a situation where there is the appearance that anybody, black people who oppose, who criticize what the United States government is doing to us must be the employ of Russia. Like somehow Russia killed Mike Brown, that somehow we needed the Russians to tell us that we were oppressed. That's a hell of a statement. It's a disgusting, slanderous statement that black people don't have enough sense to know who it is that's killing us, murdering us, and keeping us living in these conditions. And I've been to Russia, and I didn't see Russians living like black people live right here in North St. Louis. That's the reality. So I wanted to say that. My wife was here too. I don't know if you want to say anything about what happened. Yeah, I want to hear this. I want you to hear this from different people. And this house was not the only house attacked. They attacked our office in St. Petersburg, Florida, our headquarters there. They raided it. They stole materials from us, just like they stole from this house. They stole my phone. They stole my computer. They stole computers from other members of our organization, cell phones. They have that. They stole that from us. They said that they had a warrant for it. They may have had a warrant for it, but they didn't show it to me. As all I saw was a thief. The thieves came in and used flashbang grenades to terrorize this entire community and stole some material from us under the color of law. It's a colonial law that we're looking at. So did you want to say anything?
Yeah, Uhuru, I just want to say that we were just sitting in the house at 5 a.m. in the morning talking like we normally talk. And the next thing we knew, we heard someone say, everyone at 4442 Redbud, come out with your hands up. So, you know, we're new to the city, so we're thinking some kind of flash flood, you know, because it's been flooding here. And then they said it again, and then we had heard all these flash bombs go off. And, you know, chairman says, come on, let's get out of here. So we, chairman went out first, and then I came out. As I was coming out, this big old drone met me coming down the stairs, you know, like it was going to attack me. And they handcuffed myself and the chairman and, you know, escorted us to the side of the road and started, you know, asking us questions, which we didn't answer.
Coming down the stairs here where we are now? Or
In the house.
In the house.
In the house.
How did the drone
So when
get
that
inside?
door, because when I walked out of the door, the door was open. Let me just say
Because
that. Go ahead.
also they, you know, they would, you know, damage the door, you know, to get in the other apartment next to us. So, you know, if we hadn't opened the door, everything would have been, you know, slammed.
The door, you can see the window was broken there. They put boarded up that door there. But the reality is this, even if they had a legitimate warrant, like they said, all they gotta do is knock on the door. What is a flash bomb? What is being out here terrorizing the entire community something about a search warrant? It had nothing to do with a search warrant. It had to do with this game that they are playing to keep black people oppressed and this ideological, this propaganda war that they engaged in with Russia. And we're not going to be a part of it, and they're not going to keep us from fighting for our freedom. We got a black community conference that's scheduled for the 31st, for Sunday, 31st, right here at Legacy. And black people are going to come out, and we're going to be free. And there are not enough FBI agents on the planet Earth to stop the struggle of black people. We're going to make that happen. We got a doula event happening right now where we're training 20 black women to be doulas, because they kill our children. They close our hospitals down. Our babies are not able to be born safely. Black women are treated badly when they're pregnant. So we are solving that problem. That's what this government is attacking, because it doesn't want that to happen. It's not going to stop us. They attacked our center and houses on the south side. There's a solidarity center that we have on the south side as well. Penny Hess is the chairwoman of the African People's Solidarity Committee that works under the leadership of the Black Revolution, the Black Power movement.
Uhuru, uhuru. Thank you, Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair Ona Zane Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party. I want to say again, I am Penny Hess, Chair of the African People's Solidarity Committee, the organization of white people formed by Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party more than 40 years ago in 1976 to be solidarity, to be black power in white face behind enemy lines, to be able to go into the white community to tell the truth that the only reason that we have the Del Mar divide, that we have the two Americas, that we have the colonialism inside this country is because it's built on the enslavement of African people, the kidnapping of African human beings, and forcing them to labor for free for our benefit for hundreds of years on land in which genocide was committed against the indigenous people that is stolen from them, that we live on today. That's the only reason that there's two Americas, that there are the colonizer and the colonized, the wealth and the poverty. That is the reason why. And I just want to say that we stand unconditionally in solidarity with the African People's Socialist Party, with the African working class, with African people all around the world to have their stolen resources back in the form of reparations, to have political and economic power over their lives, to have Africa, which belongs to African people everywhere, as we have learned from Chairman Omali Yeshitela, to be free and to have relationships with whomever supports them. This government does not support them. And I do want to unite with the indictment of the U.S. government, which is there to oppress African people, to colonize them, steal their resources, bring more wealth to white people every day in this city, in this country, and around the world. And I stand in solidarity with the freedom and liberation and reparations to African people. Our center, there is a Solidarity Center at 2654 Gravois near Jefferson. It is owned by the Black Star Industries and the African People's Socialist Party as a front that we use and raise resources and
Now, they raided their facility. They took their computers. They took their property. They did all of this under the particulars, and this organization had no protection. Let me turn it so we can see it together. What does Article 5 say here? Someone want to read Article 5? Just read that, what you see right there. That one little 1 and 2. You don't have to go all the way down, but we can.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Article 5. All furniture, equipment, and supplies consigned to or withdrawn from customs custody for a consular, or diplomatic office of either high contracting party for official use shall be exempt within the territories of the other high contracting party from all customs duties and internal revenue or other taxes, whether imposed upon or by reason of importation. Two, the baggage, effects, and other articles imported exclusively for the personal use of a consular or diplomatic officer and employees and the members of their families, suites, and their families and suites who are nationals of the sending states and not nationals of the receiving state and are not engaged in any private occupation for gain in the territories of the receiving state shall be exempt from all custom duties and internal revenue or other taxes imposed upon or by reason of importation. Such exemption shall be granted with the respect to the aforementioned okay, af- aforementioned property
Accompanying.
aforementioned property occupying the persons entitled the retro on first. I'm not gonna write something. Okay, yeah, that's good. Arrival and subsequent arrivals, and that consigned to him during the period in which he continues in status.
Okay. Now, what
Yes.
that's about is diplomatic exemptions. What it's speaking about is called diplomatic exemptions. And let's do that. Let's do.
Is it good? Yeah. What he eating donut? Donut go always be good for he KJ. He's a donut monster.
So you got diplomatic exemptions, so called exemptions and privileges. Let me put it there. So I can go on the United States. What does diplomatic immunity? What are privileged diplomats? Okay. Trying to get you a short definition. I'll just go here. Can you still see the screen? Can you still see the screen?
No, no, Russ. The screen's not showing.
Okay. Somebody like to read that right there? Diplomatic immunities, privileges.
Yeah, that's showing. It's showing now.
Okay, can someone read that?
Yes. Diplomatic immunity privileges protect foreign diplomats from legal action and certain legal obligations in the host country. These privileges, primarily governed by the Vienna Convention of Diplomatic Relations, ensure diplomats can perform their duty effectively without fear of harassment or interference. They include immunity from criminal and civil jurisdiction, inviolability of their person and residence, and exemptions from taxes and customs duties. You want to continue?
No, right there. So what we reading in the treaty in Ethiopia is what's called diplomatic immunities and privileges. Now, the key aspects of this is diplomats are generally immune from criminal and civil jurisdictions of the host country. This means they cannot be arrested, detained, or prosecuted for crimes committed in the host country. Now, the key with this is also us establishing our juridical. One of the keys with a juridical or establishing yourself as a proper government, you have to have a court system to govern your people and to deal with disputes amongst your people. Now, when we're here working under the EWF and you're a member of the EWF and you become part of committees, and being a part of the committees, you're part of the trade and all these other things going on, you're operating so you have two things here. So I'm going to try to educate you to the language. Is you're operating in what's called your official capacity. So here you see me Google official capacity versus individual capacity. So if in the legal context, official capacity and individual capacity refer to the capacity in which a person is being sued. An official capacity suit is essentially a suit against the government entity the individual represents, while an individual capacity suit is a suit against the individual personally, potentially holding them for liability. Now, how does that work? Okay. The key to this is, okay, you say, well, Laz, you're saying all of this and you're saying as EWF members and we're part of this and we're working in our official capacity that we have a diplomatic position. Yes, we do. And it's for us to declare that. It's for us to not waive that and to know how to stand on that. So one of the things is, okay, let's say you're pulled over by an officer and you're traveling to the August 30th event. You got boxes in the back because you're going to Van and so forth. And you're working for your country, for your state, to develop your state. And so you have people come in and they want to pull you over and they want to go through your stuff and all that. And you say, well, I have a diplomatic immunity. So they're going to ask you, where's your diplomatic card? Where do you have a diplomatic card? So forth. That's why you have to have the EWF ID. All right. So you have your diplomatic ID, which is your EWF ID. Now, most officers are going to say, well, I don't know that ID. And I don't know who you is. I don't know what that means. They're going to play crazy on you. Now, what is your language to them? Because you can ask them to follow their procedures. And see, police officers are told what to do when they encounter a diplomat. They're told what to do. And they have a policy of what to do. Now, will they always keep that? No. And if they don't keep that, then that means that that officer is not working in their official capacity. Now, they'll say, I'm doing my job. But you can tell them your job requires you to follow your policy and procedures. See, now this is where you come knowing your enemy. Because if you don't know that their policies and procedures require them to do something, then you can never request it or demand it of the people. But when you know it, now you can request it and demand it of them. So first thing you would say is, well, you might need to call your lieutenant because you need to follow the policy and procedures for dealing with the diplomat. You're a black person, officer ain't gonna want to pay you no attention. He might try to talk crazy, say, well, I need to call ICE because you saying you're a foreigner. Scare you, make you want to say, oh, well, never mind, never mind. But that's part of the fight. It's nothing telling you that by stating this information, standing on this, that you don't have to fight. You're going to have to fight. And that's one of the disillusions that we get. But how do we fight without having to really go through so much turmoil? So you see there's a statement always floating around online says, they don't really outnumber us, they just out-organize us. And, even Marcus Garvey told us that, our greatest weapon used against us is our disunity, and that it requires us to organize and centralize. So in this construct here is a body that was chartered by the King of Kings to help us organize and centralize, which is an authority by the highest proclaimed authority that cannot be overridden by no one, because it is the divine authority that His Majesty moved in. Now, the only people that can remove us from under that authority is ourselves. Ourselves. Because instead of living through or declaring that authority as our living reality, we seek the comforts of not challenging the system which is oppressing us. So many people do not want to say that the EWF is an international governmental organization and that the Empire of Ethiopia has decreed them a charter making them a state, a government, and that they're operating in their diplomatic capacity, which is their official capacity. And that they, just like any other minister of the Empire of Ethiopia, has sworn their allegiance unto His Imperial Majesty, and that they cannot waive the sovereignty of their people. So when you're dealing with this officer in your mind, you know you are not here to waive the sovereignty of your people. And you will stand and trust in the power of His Imperial Majesty. And you will declare that rightfully before all. And you will ask them, what is their declared authority over you, their delegation of authority? And if their constitution and the treaties that they have entered into requires them to follow a certain procedure that they're not, then this person is operating outside of the policies and procedures of their own government. So they're operating in an individual capacity, which allows them to be sued on a certain level. Now, what does that mean? When you learn about fighting in this law, you'll learn that if you try to sue the United States government, most of the stuff they're going to say they have governmental immunity. Because whoever was doing what was working in an official capacity. He was doing it under his required obligations of policy. But the supreme law of the land is international law. is treaties. And if you remember, last week we went into um, self-executing treaty power or treaty law. And if you remember that, it says in the United States, a treaty becomes self-executing and part of domestic law after it is ratified by 2/3 majority of the Senate and President. So what does that mean? The process outlines in Article 2, Section 2 of the Constitution makes the treaty binding on the U.S. as a matter of international law and also establishes a part of the supreme law of the land, potentially enforceable in U.S. courts. However, some treaties require further implementing legislation by Congress to become fully effective as domestic law. Now, the key to most things being operating as full-fledged law is that 2/3 have to ratify it. So it gives it the power of domestic law. So the Treaty of Ethiopia with the United States is supreme law in this land. Let's look at some of it. Self-executing treaties are those that upon ratification are considered to be directly enforceable in U.S. courts without the need for further legislation. Non-self-executing treaties require additional legislation from Congress to be fully effective as domestic law and enforceable in U.S. courts. Whether a treaty is self-executing or not often depends on the specific wording and whether it contains language that requires further action by Congress or the president to be implemented. Most of the time, when a treaty is implemented by a 2/3 majority of the Senate votes and the president, it is the strength of even domestic law. So even though a police officer in the back roads of Alabama who's racist and don't care, this is supreme law of his land, of the land. And he has to honor it. And if he doesn't, then he's operating outside of the constitutional procedures that he is required to. See, this is where the warriors come in, who are willing to go stand to fight this fight, where we find our people who are being oppressed and we show them the strength that they should use to defend themselves. So we go back to the treaty, going back to the treaty. So this is the Treaty of Amity and Economics between the United States and Ethiopia. Whereas the Senate of the United States, by resolution of July 23rd, 1953, 2/3 of the senators present concurring therein did advise and consent to the ratification of the said treaty and notes. 2/3. 2/3 ratified this treaty. So if 2/3 ratified this treaty, let's go on back up here. Each high contracting party undertakes that enterprises owned or controlled by its government and that monopolies or agencies granted exclusive or special privileges within its territories shall make their purchases and sales involving either imports or exports affecting the commerce of the other high contracting party solely in accordance with the commercial consideration, including price, qualities, availability, marketability, transportation, and other conditions of purchase or sales, and that the national companies and commerce of such high contracting parties shall be afforded adequate opportunity in accordance with customary business practices to compete for participation in such purchases and sales. All right. So when we get into import, export, and in business, all of this is under the treaty. So what do you have rights to do? Each high contracting party shall accord to the products of the high contracting party from whatever place by whatever type of carrier arriving into the products destined for exportation to the territories of such other high contracting party by whatever route and by whatever type of carrier treatment no less favorable than accorded like products of or destined for exportation to any third country and in all matters relating to duties, other charges, regulations, formalities, or are in connection with importation and exportation and internal taxation, sale, distribution, storage, and use. Neither high contracting party shall impose restrictions or prohibitions except as may be required by conditions cited in paragraph 1 of Article 11 on importation of any product of the other high contracting party or on the exportation of any product to the territory of the other high contracting party unless importation of the light product of or the exportation of the light product of all of to all third countries is similarly restricted or prohibited. Now, so there's certain restrictions and prohibitions not to be placed on export and import. Now let's go on back up here. So companies constituted under the applicable law and regulations of either high contracting party shall have their juridical status recognized within the territories of the other high contracting party. So an officer has to recognize you in this certain capacity. Now, what is companies? Companies means corporations, partnerships, companies, and other associations, whether or not with limited liability or whether or not for pecuniary profit. Nationals and companies of either high contracting party shall have free access to the courts of justice and administrative agencies within the territory of the other high contracting party in all degrees of jurisdiction, both in defense and pursuit of their rights. But right now, if you try to go to court on something, you got to pay, you got to do this. You ain't supposed to be doing that. You're supposed to be going through your status as a diplomat through the Ethiopian World Federation. You're supposed to contact them and send them a copy of the treaty and to explain to them through self-executing treaty power. This is the domestic and supreme law of the land, and they must honor it. Or otherwise, they're operating outside of the Constitution, and everything they're doing is null and void. So this is not only applicable in the United States, but this is the way we have to deal with it in every land. So let's go one more spot. All right, Marbury versus Madison. What was declared unconstitutional? This landmark case established principles of judicial review. The court declared Section 13 of the Judiciary Act of 1789 unconstitutional as it attempted to expand the Supreme Court's original jurisdiction beyond what was permitted by the Constitution. Why was it unconstitutional? The court held Congress cannot modify the Constitution through ordinary legislation, and that the Supremacy Clause established the Constitution as the supreme law of the land. Relevance to your query, Marbury versus a crucial case regarding the power of the Supreme Court to declare laws unconstitutional and thus null and void. However, the case, well, I did spell the word wrong. I was trying to remember it. There's a Murray case, though. So, anytime you're dealing with these authorities, you have to understand the policies and procedures which they have to operate in. And then you study what His Majesty gave you. And then you have an operation of strategy and how to accordingly deal with them through interaction. This is what we're trying to convey and teach, because it is a defense to the attacks and so forth. So as always, we return to the Montevideo Convention, but we make it clear to make this an emphasis of the dates. Because we want you to know the mindset and what's going on. Because His Imperial Majesty, June 15th, 1935, declared that he is the emperor of all of Africa and that he is the king of all Negroes around the world, including those in the United States. And this is what's going on in those times. The Montevideo Convention, a convention on the rights and duties of states. Again, I ask someone to read Article 1.
Article 1. The state as a person of international law should possess the following qualifications. A permanent population. B, a defined territory. C, government. And D, capacity to enter into relations with other states.
Explain to me how the EWF has that. Anyone. Floor is open.
What was the question, Russ?
Explain to me how the EWF meets these four prongs. And how did they meet these four prongs?
Yes, well, I would say the permanent population will be the diaspora. A defined territory would have to be Shashamani. The government would have to be the EWFIEC, and
Sure.
the capacity to enter into relations with other states would be the relationship that you've got signed with the Indian nations.
Okay. Yes, sir. So we meet Article 1, correct?
Yes.
And our government is our charters, is our charter, is our constitution. So that's the government. Article 2. Somebody read Article 2.
The federal state shall constitute a sole person in the eyes of international law.
Okay. So when we get to a person, we'll study that again. Article 3.
The political existence of the state is independent of recognition by other states. The political existence of the state is independent of recognition by the other states. Even before recognition, the state has the right to defend its integrity and independence, to provide for its conservation and prosperity, and consequently to organize itself as it sees fit, to legislate upon its interests, administer its services, and to define the jurisdiction and competence of its courts. The exercise of these rights has no other limitation than the exercise of the rights of other states according to international law. Let me read that last one again. The exercise of these rights has no other limitation than the exercise of the rights of other states according to international law. Explain that bit there, Russ. That's a little bit that last line there. Explain that.
Meaning there's equality, government to government. So the same way the United States treats Russia is the same way they must treat us. The exercise of these rights have no limitations. I mean, they can't say, "Oh, because y'all just a diaspora, y'all a landless government." Someone would say that, or y'all don't have y'all not really a government, so they'll try to put limitations on us, you know. So, but we don't have no limitations on us other than those rights that are exercised by all states in accordance with international law. What do all states have in accordance with international law? Right? So let's go to 4. What do all states have? Article 4. If you read Article 4, you'll start to get a clarity as you get through them. Let's go to 4 and get to 6, and then we'll stop again.
States are juridically equal, enjoy the same right, and have equal capacity in their exercise. The rights of each one do not depend on the power.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Can we ask that person to
mute your phone, please? Ross Kimmin, please mute.
Erlen Roberts, I think it is, making the
please mute your phone.
Thanks. States are juridically equal, enjoy the same rights, and have equal capacity in their exercise. The rights of each one do not depend upon the power which it possesses to assure its exercise, but upon the simple fact of its existence as a person under international law.
Okay. Okay. So that really pretty much answers that last statement. The exercise of these rights has no limitation. States are juridically equal. Juridically equal. That's important. Let's do that word. It's juridical, but I've already went over that before. But I want you to see juridically. So you have juridical is relating to judicial proceedings and administration of law. Where's juridical lead? There we go. Juridically, at least the case was very straightforward. Okay, let me give a definition.
Juridically.
I ain't really had a definition under what goes under juridical. He called the measures of juridically, superficially, and socially unacceptable. Juridically speaking, very little has survived from them. Juridically, they didn't really give a definition.
Yeah, but it's according to law. It's not difficult to get that right.
Right. But
I mean, that's what it means. Juridical is according to law.
Right. Juridical is referred to administrating law. In legal context, juridically refers to something pertaining to law, administration of justice, or the function of a judge. Essentially means legally or in the legal manner. So, you know, people will say, oh, y'all ain't no real government. Y'all don't got no legal stance. Juridically, we're equal. So legally, our legal position and our legal authority to administer law over us is equal, meaning you don't have no more power than me. And your powers for your jurisdiction, our powers for ours. See, the only time that we're going to get equality is it's the same statement. It takes an equal force or a greater force to overcome a force. You can only overcome the forces if you come as the same force, a governmental force. If you come as an individual force, you lost. You could say all you want, you're a sovereign, I did my UCC papers and all of that. You still is an individual force. You're not the juridical authority. That is equivalent to them. You're an individual. So many people run around here in the declaration of certain things, but they're moving in an individual capacity. So His Majesty gave us a chartered organization so that we would be able to come into juridical power. So that means we don't have to go to them. Let's say you got a problem with what's going on. Our juridical system, our court system, you bring the complaint to us. We hear the complaint on violations of human rights. We make a ruling on the complaint. We do a determination on that. Then we do a letter of rogatory as government to inform the other government of our juridical findings and that we're looking for them to investigate. Now, you ever hear where they say a person puts out a warrant that if you enter into their jurisdiction, they'll lock you up? But you're not really, but they're not coming into other jurisdictions. They'll say if you come into a certain jurisdiction, you will be obtained. So the more official we start to operate and the more relationships we build, that becomes the parameters of us with Africa, us with the indigenous nations. So then in our accordance together, under our treaties together, then it becomes, look, if somebody violates us, you uphold us, we uphold you. So in the juridical aspect, if someone is violating our rights and their capacities of this and that, and they enter into Africa, our relationship should demand that the African kingdoms or the African nations arrest that person. This is becoming part of us learning to move in this capacity. It's not going to come in the full scale of all of a sudden the people have an epiphany and they tell you they wrong and they try to, no, it's going to be a fight step by step, but it's all a fight of you organizing yourself into your governmental capacity to rule your life. That's where the war is at. The war is on you learning to rule your life. Who fought the war? His Imperial Majesty. By his words, your Armageddon was done. He fought your war. Now, it's still steps that you have to fight, but the real thing that you were fighting for was the ability to govern your life. He has given that to you. So now, the fight now is for you to accept the promise and move to the promised land. to the promised government. And he hath made you a people. He has restored you. See, that's what all of this we was reading with the treaty, with nationality, with the rights. All of that has been restored to you through the capacity of the King of Kings. So let's go back to the Montevideo. Or did I bleep out of that? I did.
Russ.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, before you go on, can I just come with a this has been nagging in my mind like for a long time in this since we've been having this lesson here, is that when we went to the charter and then you went to the went to the article of the went to the article of the Constitution. I think you started at 22 and went on to about 28, the articles of the Constitution. And
House of the Emperor.
yes,
To
that was his
charter. That's what that was about.
yeah,
So,
hang on. Yeah,
right.
yeah. But where this is what I've got nagging in my mind, as we're going through this, is that what you read from was the 1955 Constitution, which was created by His Majesty. Now, in that Constitution, it does say that Constitution cannot be usurped. I think there is some. I don't know what part of the Constitution where it does say that His Majesty's Constitution cannot be overridden. It can't be overwritten. It would be illegal to do that, which then happened in 1987 and then again in 1995. They had two different constitutions. This is what's nagging in my mind. So they've had two different constitutions since His Majesty's Constitution, even though we know, like it says in that Constitution, His Majesty's written Constitution, that it's illegal, that it cannot be, his Constitution cannot be overwritten, but it has been. And that Constitution being overwritten by the government of 1987, which was the Derg government, and then it was overwritten in 95 by Melle's government. In doing so, those constitutions will be recognised in international law by the other governments, like the American government, etc., the British government. They would actually recognise these further constitutions, because they're not really interested in His Majesty's legalities. Otherwise, they wouldn't have never recognised them. So this is the point. So in recognising them, how? Because we were talking about the diplomatic immunity and things as it went on, and we're talking about the diplomatic immunity and the ability to move goods through without paying taxes, and they can't violate your rights, they can't come into your house, and all of that. Well, surely those laws, if we was to actually try to implement those laws, they would then refer that to the Ethiopian government of today, who are working under the Constitution of today, what they are recognizing. So
no,
how would
you confusing two things? When we read that, we're reading the treaty. And that treaty is still in full force that was implemented by His Imperial Majesty. That's why we go to the next stage. We always go to E1 Treaty Trader. And that's why we do the E1 Treaty Trader, to expose everyone to what is considered a live treaty. So what you're saying, I understand what you're saying, but even in the new constitutions, you got to read what they say about the federations, and they're still upholding the constitution of the emperor. So they got other language in that for them and their parliamentary perspectives. But you have to go read what it is with the federation. I'll try to pull that up. But when we the answer that we go right here to E1 Treaty Trader, And what happens is under the E1 Treaty Prater, you go to the department, the U.S. Department, and they tell you what is in full effect, what treaties are in full force right now from each
Yeah.
country. And so when you go to that, you come here to Ethiopia. This is the treaty, October the 8th, 1953. This treaty is in full effect. So this is what Ethiopia deals with the United States with. Not with their constitutional change, but with this treaty from His Majesty. This treaty is still in full effect. It is the governing contract. This treaty then has the language that protects the corporations or anything that was developed under the Empire of Ethiopia. So that's our charter. We're chartered by the empire. So no one can change that. They could do 1,000 more constitutions. We were chartered by the emperor. That's just like right now, how many kings and people have gone through in England. In the England has become now the UK, is Britain, UK, England, all of this, but now it's still the charters that it implemented that created the colonies is still in full effect.
Right.
It has nothing to do with that. It's that so these charters that were created by him, they're in full force. They have a continuity. So the throne of the emperor continues through us, not through Ethiopia, the state, through us. This is how the throne of the empire or of His Majesty is an eternal throne. It is because we are the chartered eternal keepers of the sovereignty of Ethiopia. Now we are the rightful holders of a charter from the emperor. His rulership never dies. Long as we keep our government alive, his rulership is eternal. Ethiopia could do whatever they want, 9, 10 different times, whatever. This chartered government from the emperor is still in full force. So when we go to dealing with the United States, the treaty here is October the 8th, 1953, and it gives Ethiopia E1 and an E2 treaty trader status. Now, that's where we go to
The
here.
corporation being independent.
Right. So, but when we here, we find out that this treaty make sure you see the date. So the respective instruments ratification September the 8th, 1953. And so where's the October date for you as well? October the 8th, 1953, Eisenhower the White, the Ethiopian. So this treaty, October the 8th, 1953, is this treaty with His Majesty. So when we go here to Ethiopia and we see what's in full force, October the 8th, 1953. This is the standing law in the land. It's still where Ethiopia does business with the United States. They can't null and void it. This is how they doing their trade. And so this is what we stand on. So we know that this is a live treaty. We know this treaty is in full force and full effect. We've just used it. It's the same thing in Jamaica. His Majesty signed a treaty and an agreement with Jamaica. He did the same thing in the UK. He did the same thing with France. He did it with Haiti. He did it with Tobago and Trinidad. But we haven't learned to use them in the capacity of the diaspora government. So this is why we have to get people to understand the Montevideo Convention, because they don't think they have no power. So when we get here, And we're telling them the Ethiopian World Federation. Each one of our locals are a state, they're governments, we're nations of autonomous, but we're a federation. We have a centralized government, you know? So we are a person of international law. And the recognition of us, we don't have to go get another state to say, like the United States or UK say, oh yeah, y'all is the government. We don't need that. But we do have it. We have it with the African kingdoms and queendoms. We have it with the indigenous nations. See, so there's a gift of empowerment that nobody's moving through. Let's go to Article 7. Somebody want to read Article 7?
Yes, sir. The recognition of a state may be express or tacit. The latter results from any act which implies the intention of recognizing the new state. The recognition of a state may be express or tacit. The latter results from any act which implies the intention of recognizing the new state.
Okay, so first, His Imperial Majesty gave us a charter. That's the first expression of recognizing us. See, we didn't need nobody else, really. The second is the treaties and the kingdoms and the queendoms that acknowledge us in our governmental capacity. See, so it's bigger than what we've limited to. Let's keep going. It's going to give us a better understanding every article. Article 8.
No state has the right to intervene in the internal or external affairs of another.
Okay. So if you a state and you setting up trade agreements and stuff with Africa and you doing this, or let's say we look at Farrakhan and Gaddafi said he was going to give them $1 billion. And the United States government said, no.
So he said he was going to give Farrakhan what, Russ?
$1 billion.
Oh, right. Yeah. Mm.
And the United States said, oh, hell no, you can't accept that. But that's your internal, external affairs. But the Nation of Islam is a religious institution. They're operated as a 501c(d), I think it is. 501d. 501d. They're operating as a 501d. That's how come they can sell newspapers and stuff like that and earn money. They're one of the last grandfathered in under that title. But they're not operating as self-executing treaty power. So we know 2/3 of the Senate voted the Treaty of Ethiopia in. So it makes it have the strength of domestic and federal law. So that means they're required to recognize every article of this Montevideo Convention with us. Article 9.
The jurisdiction of states within the limits of a national territory applies to all the inhabitants. Nationals and foreigners are under the same protection of the law, and the national authorities and the foreigners may not claim rights other or more extensive than those of the nationals. Shall I continue?
The jurisdiction of states within the limits of national territories, right, applies to all inhabitants. Nationals and foreigners are under the same protection of the law, and the national authorities and foreigners may not claim rights others or more extensive than those of the nationals. So it's even like when we are in the United States, you're a foreigner here. But some people don't know that, let's say if you're a foreigner here in the United States, you still have all of the constitutional protections. That's what the law says. No matter who comes in this land, nationals or foreigners, they will be protected by these laws. So they have the right to the Bill of Rights and so forth. So even in our government, the EWF, we uphold the teachings of His Majesty. So we are not going to be discriminated against people based on their religion or none of those things. Now, our organization is for we, the Black peoples of the world. But Black peoples of the world come in this organization. You can be any religion or whatever you are. We are not here to judge you. You just have to fulfill your obligations as a member. Article 10.
The primary interest of states is the conservation of peace. Differences of any nature which arise between them should be settled by recognized pacific methods.
Okay. We can get into
The
that.
contract.
Go ahead.
The contracting states definitely establish as the rule of their conduct the precise obligation not to recognize territorial acquisitions or special advantages which have been obtained by force, whether this consists in the employment of arms, in threatening diplomatic representations, or in any other effective coercive measure. The territory of a state is inviolable and may not be the object of military occupation, nor of the measures of force imposed by another state directly or indirectly, or for any motive whatever, even temporarily. So is this the Montevideo Convention, this?
Yes.
Yeah, because obviously, if we're looking at the geopolitics right now, you can see that that article there is not adhered to. Even looking at what's going on there in the Middle East. That's
right, because they're doing it through force and coercion, and they're the diplomatic representations of the nation. They're not honoring the position. Yes, they are in violation of that, and so that's why when you say, "Okay, you stand up," the government tries to shut you down. They're in violation of the law. So then you are what? Collective. This is what you build treaties for. This is what you build bonds. So when you yell, 5 other nations or countries or tribal nations and kingdoms yell with you. And then they require, that makes other nations then uphold another collective component in the circle. And so then now you're not by yourself. It's not that kind of fight no more. So this is what we have to learn to construct to bring the change. We got to get out of the fairy tale religious construct like we just gonna wait and pray and it's gonna come out the sky. No, we have to be the strategic movers. And His Majesty has outlined for us a way, not just one step, because for us to even be talking about human rights, right? About human rights is very important for us to understand that that's the double aspects of what His Majesty gave to us, not just the charter, but He put in the footwork to create the foundational changes that was necessary for us to take our steps. So let's keep going.
The present convention shall not affect obligations previously entered in by the high contracting parties by virtue of international agreements.
Okay. So this is 1936, right? Correct?
Yeah.
All right. So a lot of agreements and European Berlin Conference operations and so forth are going on. And so they're overriding this, but they're still putting this language in. You understand? So the colonies and the Berlin Conference junctions overrid this because they were previously entered in agreements. So it really was wordplay in a certain sense. But now, when His Imperial Majesty in Ethiopia is victorious, right? Then in 1953, an international agreement, let's just say in the United States, is entered in, which brings the obligation in place. See, if they had another obligation with the colonial establishment, but once they entered into this treaty, they reestablished the contractual obligation. So now the contractual obligation is secured. So now when the Treaty of Ethiopia says they shall have their juridical status recognized in the other high contracting parties' territory. Oh. So now when you say you EWF and you're operating in your administrative law, your official capacity, because that's what official capacity is, you're administrating the law of the kingdom, of the empire. You're doing the works. Article 13.
Yeah, the present convention shall be ratified by the high contracting parties in conformity with their respective constitutional procedures. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Uruguay shall transmit authentic certified copies to the governments for the aforementioned purpose of ratification. The instrument of ratification shall be deposited in the archives of the Pan American Union in Washington, which shall notify the signatory governments of a said deposit. Such notification shall be considered as an exchange of ratifications.
So this was entered into full force the 26th day of December, 1933.
So did His Majesty sign that?
I believe Ethiopia is a society state because this was a League of Nations action. And you had Cuba and all of them take part in it.
That looks like all South American countries.
Yeah, because they were calling them mostly Pan American. So it was mostly here.
Yeah, they're all South American, not Colombia, Chile.
Yeah, it is.
Honduras. Even the name Montevideo, I mean, that's a Spanish name, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. But it became, it's part of just like the Geneva Convention and the Hague Convention. So it became the standing measurements of international law for what is a state and the recognition of a state. And that was also in the means of the you gotta remember in these most of these areas our Spanish revolutions had freed in these areas. So that's why that was big language in that context. So and to close out.
To the chair.
Yes, sir.
Ngusa Salam. Let me let you.
1515. What year?
Under the Article 1 of that, what we was in, and it said define territory, right? And Ratifa said Ethiopia because we mostly think Ethiopia because we was given Shashamani. But in our orders of incorporation, it says our territory shall be the world.
Yeah, it's
So
federation.
wouldn't that be defined territory in word instead of us saying it's Shashamani?
Yes, you're correct.
Yes, I. So in establishing like you said, the dual responsibility that was given to us by His Majesty to uphold the human rights, because our territory is the world. So we know people don't know about this right here, what we're discussing now, and the power of it. So it's our dual responsibility as safeguarders to teach it.
Yes.
And how the treaties are implemented. And like when you said about the new Ethiopian constitutions, they're only defining human rights. They're only talking about the human rights and the treaties that His Majesty signed. Give thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You're pretty Russ. Yeah, so when you say we're talking about the world, so that means wherever we have a local, then that is the part of the world, I would imagine, that in that context, what you're saying.
Yes, because remember, it's empire of Ethiopia, and the empire is defined in our constitution as the Ethiopian World Federation. So what's defined in our constitution is the land is the world.
Well, to the chair, would it be defined in His Majesty Proclamation on June 12th, 1935, when he said, I am not only king of Africa, I'm the king of all Negroes, blacks, Negroes. So by that proclamation, was he defining his territory?
Yeah, you could say the ambiguity, like some people say, well, in law you use the term ambiguity. So you would say, well, if I can show 2 to 3 references to this same position of thought, then there is no ambiguity in what was being declared. So when we go to the June 15th declaration, I am the emperor of all of Africa and the king of all Negroes around the world. That's a king right. So he's placing everybody under his kingdom around the world. So yes, that is, and then ordaining and issuing a charter which says the Ethiopian world. So you have 2 references to recognizing the empire as a world entity for Black peoples around the world. So then that removes any ambiguity in what you would say in defining what is meant. So yes, you're correct. Okay. I thought I put this video right here, but I didn't. So let me go here.
And Ukraine, where Russia has spent, where the United States has, in this last budget offering that I saw, talked about more than $40 billion more that they're given to this entity that they call Ukraine, the entity that they put in power.
think it's the one.
You wouldn't let somebody else tell you how to spend my money. And they paid you back. You talked about multiculturalism, and yet not a one of you is in partnership with a Korean. Not one of you is in partnership with an Arab. Not one of you is in partnership with white folk. Where are the multicultural businesses? Where are the multicultural economic situations? What are you talking about, multiculturalism? Where is it? They laid it on you. And yet in Blueprint for Black Power, I talk very straightforwardly about the Korean organizations. I named the presidents. We're calling names here, ladies and gentlemen. And they are called the Korean Producers Association, the Korean Grocers Association, the Koreans of Greater New York Association. One has convinced us that thinking conceptually is a non-African mode of thought. Somebody comes telling us that we are a non-linear people, that we are spiritual and intuitive, and that thinking logically and thinking analytically and thinking conceptually is somehow the property of white folk. God gave you two sides to your doggone brain. And one brain in one side is for intuition, one side is for holistic thinking, one side is for spiritual thinking. Yes, but you got another side. That's that left side that is the side of logic, that is the side that uses symbols, that is the side that uses analysis. God gave you two sides. He gave you a logical side and an intuitive side. Don't let any joker tell you that your only role is to be intuitive and to be people who can only estimate and approximate. How can you look at the great pyramids of Egypt and the great mathematics and then turn around and say that you are only a spiritual and intuitive people? You've got to be crazy. Let me tell you, and this is one of the problems I want to talk about when I talk about nationalists. Be careful that in your effort to separate yourself from white folk, you don't wrap white stereotypes in kente cloth. Okay? And this is happening to a lot of us. The same stereotypes that these people have laid on us, that we can't think straight, we can't think logically, we are emotionally oriented. You must become a people who can analyze words. You must become a people with a vast vocabulary. You must become a people who can process the highest words and the most difficult words rapidly, because these are the people who are opposing you and who intend to bring your life to an end. Be careful. Let me tell you quickly what these institutions will do for you. You think they're just collections of intellectuals thinking, right? Forget it. Let's look at what the Ford Foundation did here when they decided to transform the nature of social science and the way social science research was done. And they decided they would recreate the whole nature of scientific research, social science research in the universities. They created what they call a foreign area fellowship program. And they financed it. They granted over $23 million to researching of Indians and the stealing of their lands. So that the economic course essentially is a course in how the booty is going to be divided among American people. When you look at the real world, you know that people establish themselves economically first by taking over economic resources and viable resources. That's it. You study your own history. How did the Empire of Mali come into being? How did Ghana come into being? How did Songhai come into being? Struggles over what? Gold and salt, and who won, and over trade routes and other things, and people went to war and took those things from one and another, and those who gained control over them then built empires and nations and so forth as a basis of that. not just studying economics 101 and business administration. But you got to learn real history. You got to learn a history that goes beyond just the celebration of African heroes and the celebration of African culture. You got to learn how it's really done in the world. So these people now, many former fellows have added to our knowledge of the non-Western world through the publications of the results of research. Altogether, they have published some 373 books, over 3,000 articles and short monographs. Moreover, they have edited or contributed to another 516 volumes. This is how you change minds. What is going on with Henry Louis Gates? What is going on with Cornel West? Who says that black leaders, serious black leaders, must be race transcending? How the hell are you going to be a serious black leader and be race transcending? But that's the dilemma of the assimilationists. They want race and not race at the same time. They want to organize black people based on blackness so that they can get rid of blackness. They want to use your black interests, your black feelings, and your black identity to advance their program so they can tell you later that blackness does not matter, that color has nothing to do with it. We are better off when we don't even refer to ourselves as black.
When I was an undergrad, I went to Antioch College in Yellow Springs, Ohio. And I remember coming home and, having dinner with my family and grandmother and parents and my sisters at the dining room table. And so I made an announcement. I'm a Marxist. And my grandmother said the more education they get, the dumber they get. But anyway, when I'm training in psychiatry and looking for the answer to be an effective psychiatrist with black people, looking for the answer to racism. And I remember attending a Black Power Committee meeting. And as a matter of fact, I was doing a fellowship in child psychiatry at that point. And I would get a voice. And if you get a voice in here, you need to see a psychiatrist. If you get a voice in here, I think that's God talking to you. And the voice would say, and I would be writing up cases at the end of the day, and the voice would say, go to a Black Power Committee meeting. Just quietly. It wasn't frightening. So when ministers say they get a call, and I kind of know what they mean. And so this would happen over and over and over again. Again, it was subtle, very subtle, nothing to shake you up or anything, because I didn't go to meetings. And so I finally went to a Black Power Committee meeting. And after the meeting, people were sitting in somebody's apartment eating African food. And a gentleman was on the other side of the room. And I heard this man say, mind you, I'm looking for further answers to racism. And I hear this gentleman over there in the other corner saying racism is a system. And it's like my mind, I'm looking for, they say when the student is ready, the teacher appears. And so I started talking to this person. The gentleman's name was Neely Fuller Jr. He wasn't a college professor. He was a guard at the Bureau of Engraving in the District of Columbia, where they print the money. And this man had started writing about racism in the mid-1950s when he was in the Korean War. And he said he was seated on his station was on a radar site up in the mountains in Japan. And he started thinking about racism and thinking about what was going on in this country, in this part of the world. And he said that the language of segregation and desegregation didn't make much sense on that mountaintop. And he started thinking that racism is a system. Now I want to repeat after me. Racism is a system. Now I consider this gentleman one of the most profound thinkers of any color in the 20th century. Remember, we started the 20th century with our great sociologist, historian, Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois. And Dr. Du Bois told us in his book, Souls of Black Folks, in 1903, that the problem of the 20th century is the question of the color line between the lighter and darker races of mankind. And then mid-century, Neely Fuller Jr. came along with his book, and I hope that everybody will get his book who doesn't have a copy. His phone number is 202-484-5461. But it is a profound statement, analysis of looking at racism as a total system structure that functions in all areas of people activity: economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war, for the ultimate purpose of maintaining the power equation of white power over a relative non-white powerlessness. So being a psychiatrist, and you know, at that point, that's the, mid-1970s, late 1960s, we would sit up in my apartment, and that was when, you know, you're at an age you can sit up and debate till 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning and get up and go to work. That's not the case today. But I would listen to the discussion of Mr. Fuller. We had another colleague, Dr. Carl Hutchinson. He's deceased, Chicago physician. He was training in orthopedic surgery. And Mr. Fuller had a beautifully hand-printed, might have had 1,800 pages of beautifully handwritten notes, documentation of his ideas that he carried around in his suitcase. Dr. Carl Hutchinson said, "I will type this manuscript in between surgical cases." And so he took the handwritten manuscript and typed it, and I spent the next 17 years saying, this has got to be printed, so, you know, got to be published, and so by 1984, it was published. But I started raising the question. Psychiatrists always, old school psychiatrists, I say new school psychiatrists, are just supposed to, oh, you're depressed? Well, let me write a prescription. You see, oh, you're anxious? Let me write a prescription and goodbye. I'll see you next time for another 15 minutes. I'm old school. I see all my patients for 1 hour. I believe that you have to talk to people and understand, and then help them understand so that they can graduate from the psychiatrist and go forward because they now understand reality in a different way. So I started saying, well, why? If indeed, and I say racism as a dynamic, racism as white supremacy has been the reality that black people all over this planet have faced for the last 500 years. There's never been a moment, there's never been a minute, there's never been a day, there's never been a week where we have not been confronted with racism, white supremacy as a system. Never a half a minute. So I said, well, why would such a system be developed? And Mr. Fuller used to say to me, Francis, it's not important why, just learn what the system is. But, you know, the psychiatrist in me, I got to understand why. See, that's where little children are brilliant. Little 2-year-old people, little 3-year-old people, they start saying, why? Why? You know, and older people get annoyed, shut up. But don't ever tell a child. If a child is saying, why, mommy? Why, granny? Why? You may not know the answer. Just tell the child, I don't know the answer, but I'll try to find out for you. And if I don't find out and you study and learn, you'll find out. But the question why is what turns on the brain computer. The child is asking about cause and effect. And if you can begin to understand cause and effect, you begin to get a handle on dealing with reality. So I raised the question, well, why this reality of racism? As I said, my grandfather died in 1909, and he's talking about the problem of color. Dr. Du Bois talked about it in 1903. Every black person that has been of significance to black people has tried to grapple with what was happening, what was causing us to be oppressed, and raising issues or raising discussion about it. So I tell people, mind you, I have a question in the back of my brain computer, why would they do it? And I was actually in my kitchen cooking hands in dishwater, and the computer came with the answer. And what I started thinking about was things that were said within the system. Number one, the system said that we, as people of color, were minorities. And the other emphasis that was even greater than the factor, the numerical factor, was that we were supposed to be genetically inferior to people who classified themselves as white. Now I say, spend as much time in school as you can, spend as much time in the libraries as you can, spend as much time in bookstores as you can. Reading, repeat after me, reading, is more important than watching TV. Say it again. Reading is more important than watching TV. See, everything is in books. Everything is in books. And I say beware of these little small things that you can hold in your hand, where you think you're getting as much information as if you're holding a book. Just beware. So with all of the reading and all of the going to school that I had done, I said, wait a minute. People of color on this planet are the overwhelming majority. Black, brown, red, and yellow people are 9/10 majority on this planet. The other thing, that we are supposed to be genetically inferior, and I said, well, wait a minute. See, in my mind, I'm talking to my, wait a minute. Black people, people of color, are genetically dominant in terms of skin coloration compared to people who classify themselves as white. And I said, I've got it. Just like that, standing in the kitchen, cooking hands in the dishwater. I said, this is the answer. So let me put it on the board. See if you all can see this. Let's say this is the planet Earth. Can you all see? Okay. So 9/10 of the people are black, brown, red, and yellow. 1/10 of the people have white skin. Instead of the people being genetically inferior, the people who can produce the black pigment melanin are genetically dominant. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, you haven't taken a course in genetics, just look at our president, Barack Obama. The president's mother is white. His father is black. Because the ability to produce that black pigment is dominant, and the inability is a recessive genetic trait. So black plus white could only produce black. Are you all with me? So I said, now what am I doing? Let's say that this is planet Earth and this is Europe. And this is 1492. And Columbus started European people coming out and moving, little boats coming out of Europe, beginning to circumnavigate the planet. Every place these white gentlemen landed, they found colored people. Colored people everywhere.
It's a system. It's a system that was developed and built to dominate you. When you say it's a system, then you have to develop a system back. You have to come out of the system and enter into your own system. So it requires us to have the analytical thinkers, the economical based minds who can develop marketing and things to place us in a position to be self-sufficient. One of the keys is when you speak about self-determination, as a nation and people, you have to find the power to be self-sufficient. Or you will have to ask your oppressor to feed you, to give you energy, electricity, water, and everything. So one of the keys is that is His Majesty was calling us back to Ethiopia, to Africa, to help develop. We didn't do that. So we lost a position of self-sufficiency. So it left us to still be vulnerable to the wields of our oppressors. We look at that mistake now. Now we know we have to be economically savvy. And our brother, Dr. Amos Wilson, described how they enter into regions for natural resources and so forth to create their economical empowerment. And then they plot and they plan on how to exploit that from the people. We have to be the ones to make Africa unable to be exploited, because we are the ones working with Africa. And we have to trust that we have a governmental system to bring our people in, to bring them out of the other system. This is all everyone's saying. We trapped in their system. His Majesty gave us our own system, our own juridical ability to administer our own law. We must educate ourselves, train ourselves to properly implement this. For this is not just for us, but this is for the children of tomorrow. And we have to see that. We really have to see that. And it's just so, it bothers my mind that it's so hard for people to see the simple answers in which have been put before us. We don't have to be divided on a name. We don't have to wonder if we have a standing in law. We are the law. Our charter is the standing. It's just for us to see. But so many people see what the king has given and they walk away. And, you know, it goes to that psychological, everyone's trying to create their own religious entity and say that they built this religious entity to do what His Majesty already set the EWF to do, to bring the unity amongst the people. Your spiritual faith, your religion is your personal reality. You find your collective and your cultural and living in oneness in that. But in the other aspect of that, in the other part of the brain, coming in the other part of the brain, you have to set your analytical and strategical positions as a government. And this is what's been given. Every time we walk away to say, no, we can be this religious entity and that entity and this and that, and everyone's going before the United Nations and the AU, but they're failing to understand the proclamation of authority that His Majesty has spoken to us through, the proclamation of authority that His Majesty has contested our oppressors with. So in closing, I will read a quick speech by His Majesty. This then is the ultimate challenge. We are where we are. I'm reading so funny. This then is the ultimate challenge. Where are we to look for our survival, for the answer to questions which have never before been posed? We must look first to the Almighty God who has raised man above the animals and endowed him with intelligence and reason. We must put our faith in Him that He will not desert us or permit us to destroy humanity, which He created in His image. We must look into ourselves, into the depths of our souls. We must become something we have never been and for which our education and environment have ill prepared us. We must become bigger than we have ever been, more courageous, greater in spirit, larger in outlook. Our environment has not prepared us to what we must become, what we must do. We provide an answer which seems like it's just for we, the Black peoples of the world, but we provide an answer for peace and for a lot of the end of the chaos. You know, just freeing the people from the oppressor, giving them a place to govern themselves, will produce the greatest intelligences in the world. The greatest minds will come out of that, which will help better the world. That's our duty. We're not here to condemn and bring war, for His Majesty fought our war with the word for our redemption, our emancipation. You know, that's the thing I want to stress, because after sitting into the diaspora meeting and hearing the minds saying they want to find ways to engineer the international law and how us signing treaties amongst ourselves brings empowerment, means that we have to educate more people on international law so that they can move without fear, move in solidarity, and move in power and strength. For it takes an equal force or a greater force to overcome a force. And we move in our own governmental force that His Imperial Majesty has given us. And I have one thing to play right before we close out.
Be still, all ye enemies of Jah, and know that the Lord God Jah the Almighty shall wound the head of his enemies. Jah, Rastafari, Haile Selassie the First. Oh, let God arise, let his enemies be scattered. Let them also that hate him flee before him. As smoke is driven away, so drive them away. As wax melteth before the fire, so let the wicked perish at the presence of God. But let the righteous be glad. Let them rejoice before God. Yea, let them exceedingly rejoice. Sing unto God, sing praises to his name. Extol him that rideth on the heavens by his name. Jah, Rastafari, Haile Selassie the First. Our Father, strength and Redeemer, who lives and rules and reigns over all living things. The Father of the fatherless and the Judge of the widows is God in his holy habitation. God setteth the solitary in families. He bringeth out those which are bound with chains, but the rebellious dwell in dry land. O God, Jah Rastafari, Haile Selassie, O Father, strength and Redeemer, when thou wentest forth before thy people, when thou did march through the wilderness, Selah, the earth shook, the heavens also dropped at the presence of God. But even Sinai itself was moved at the presence of God, Jah Rastafari, Haile Selassie First, the God of Israel. Though, O God, Jah Rastafari, Haile Selassie, O Father, strength and Redeemer, did send a plentiful rain, whereby thou did confirm thine inheritance when it was weary. Thy congregation hath dwelt therein. Thou, O God, Jah Rastafari, Haile Selassie, O Father, strength and Redeemer, hast prepared of thy goodness for the poor. The Lord God, Jah the Almighty, Haile Selassie, O Father, strength and Redeemer, gave the word. Great was the company of those that published it. Kings of armies did flee apace, and she that tarried at home divided the spoil. Though ye have lain among the pots, yet shall ye be as the wings of a dove covered with silver, and her feathers with yellow gold. When the Almighty God, Jah Rastafari, Haile Selassie, O Father, strength and Redeemer, scattered kings in it, it was white as snow in Salmon. The hill of God, Jah Rastafari, Haile Selassie, O Father, strength and Redeemer, is as the hill of Bashan, and high hill as the hill of Bashan. Why leap ye high hills? This is the hill which God, Jah Rastafari, Haile Selassie the First, desireth to dwell in. Yea, the Lord God, Jah the Almighty, Haile Selassie, O Father, strength and Redeemer, will dwell in it forever. The chariots of God are 20,000, even thousands of angels. The Lord God, Jah the Almighty, Haile Selassie, O Father, strength and Redeemer, is among them, as in Sinai, in the holy place. Thou hast ascended on high, thou hast led captivity captive, thou hast received gifts from man, yea, for the rebellious also, that the Lord God, Jah the Almighty, Haile Selassie, O Father, strength and Redeemer, might dwell among them. Blessed be the Almighty God, Jah Rastafari, Haile Selassie, O Father, strength and Redeemer, who daily leadeth us with benefits, even the God of our salvation, Selah. He that is our God is the God of salvation, and unto God, Jah Rastafari, Haile Selassie, O Father, strength and Redeemer, the Lord belongeth the issues from death. But the Lord God, Jah the Almighty, Haile Selassie, O Father, strength and Redeemer, shall wound the head of his enemies, and hear his scalp of such an one as goeth unstill in his trespasses.
Haile Selassie. Yes, sir.
Yes, I give thanks, Russ Lazarus. I'd just like to say, Russ, you're very inspirational, Russ. You know, as I always say, the eye is a visionary, and the point is where you said earlier, you said it's not the eye, it's not Minister Lazarus who is saying these things, it's Haile Selassie, it's Kodamawi Haile Selassie, Siumik Kodamawi Haile Selassie is saying these things, and that is true that he is saying these things, but Russ, it's the gift which the eye has is to be able to interpret these things, you see, and that's the vision. The interpretation is the vision. It's like when Christ came to the earth, they said, is this the Christ? Is this the one? Is this him? So how they was to say it was him is that they was to examine his works, examine his deeds, examine his words. So the eye examining the works of His Majesty on the lawful stage and the stage of international development is the higher heights, is the very higher heights, and I give thanks that the eye has the ability to bring this work forward, because I mean at my age, Russ, it was my earth strong just yesterday, or the day before yesterday, and
Yes, sir.
and I'm hanging on, I'm hanging on with a thread to this Ethiopian World Federation, brethren. I tell you, because and not only the Ethiopian World Federation, the liberation movement. I've been in this my whole, I've been in my 20s. I've been in this liberation, looking for a liberation way, to free the people or to work against Babylon and all of this, and I'm weary. And the eye and this what I can see what the eye is bringing forward to us is the last strand that I'm holding on to, and I pray that the eye, can I pray the eye can develop a following and a gathering of the people to make the eye's vision a reality. Yes, sir. Giving thanks. Sila.
Yeah. You asked a good question as well. And many of our representatives that are in Ethiopia, they don't use the power of the EWF and the charter as the strength to have discussions with Ethiopia, with the Ethiopian government. And so they are not moving in a precision of effective power. The Ethiopian Constitution recognizes INA, and it recognizes the Federation. And understanding the language in the Ethiopian Constitution, even in the 1993 Constitution, you come to learn it's the same thing like here in America. The government official, if you go meet one of the government officials, they have policies and procedures they're following. Even if you tell them something, or, you go say, "Man's Rastafari, His Majesty, I give us," what policy I'm supposed to follow for you? Because under our policy, you're saying your religion. And the Ethiopian government is not choosing between religions. So they can't give you no special privilege or higher exemption than the regular nationals. Because you're coming in as a foreigner, but you're trying to say because of your religion, you should have a higher right. And that doesn't work in the law. So we learn then to look at the laws of the land and use the language. For the language tells them what to do based on charters issued by the emperor. Things that have been issued by the emperor, their constitution did not make them null and void. They didn't try to do that. They knew that would have caused havoc and war. They added and amended it under their federation, but then there's language that even was already in the Constitution of 1955 on the people's federations and on federations formulated. So you have to think now, we're a charter, So we are also a branch, we're given a chaplain. So if we're given a chaplain, that means we fall under the status of a military branch, as a military branch as well, because we're part of, as our chaplain likes to say, in a sermon on the siege. Ethiopia was under siege. How do you save a country under siege? You have to charter and create the auxiliary forces to establish that. So, yes, there is language that we must learn to speak from the constitutions of Ethiopia when we speak even to the government of Ethiopia, which would push them to an expression of recognition. Even the AU, even the United Nations, His Imperial Majesty is a major component to their developments and existence. For them to deny a charter by His Majesty to the diaspora is them to deny their own existence. And we have to make that known. We have to speak from that strength. That's where you demand the entities to move as required. So as we learn this more and more, and we educate more minds to it, and we learn to speak in a solidarity on it, we will be able to shift this position and create the position of protection for our people wherever they are. Wherever they are. We just have to be steadfast in accepting the promise and fulfilling the promise as given by His Imperial Majesty. Haile Selassie.
Yes, I give thanks. Yes, hallelujah.
Economics, what most of us struggle with. Economics is what most of us struggle with. And we're bound into the European systems just for our basic survival. So our energy, our life force is all consumed in their system. And so it's hard for us to figure out a way to untangle ourselves in those matters. But it's not always untangled. Sometimes you have to become the dominant force in those matters. Remember with the Francis question just put up about the DNA? You have a dominant DNA and you have a recessive DNA. Well, they've got us operating in a recessive state. So we're not able to produce in a way. The dominant state is what? So when we look into economics, it has to be the same expression in all we do. So we have to say, okay, His Imperial Majesty has empowered us. And if we walk in our governmental positions and we speak with the kingdoms and queendoms and the indigenous nations and people, we're not just signing treaties just to sign treaties. We're setting up the alliance for trade. So if all hell breaks loose and everything shuts down, our agreements with those in Africa can still get us foods and vegetables from Africa. Our agreements from those in Ghana can get us foods and vegetables and things from Ghana. Our agreements with the Lakota tribe, our agreements with other tribal aspects will become trade components. And from there you build. Now, it's not just your staying in your own small circle. It's looking at just like we were saying with the shea butter. We are able to get the shea butter at a low wholesale price for our EWF members. So from that aspect, all our members are sent out to go find companies that are buying and doing business in shea butter. And again, the price we get for the shea butter, let's say it's a low price on the pounds, $3 or something. And we getting a shea butter at $6, $7, or $3 for 2 pounds. And so you find a person that wants to buy the shea butter. You're the representative, you're procuring, you're the intermediary. And let's say you got, what's the company, Johnson and Johnson, and you get them to agree to want to buy 40,000 pounds because they got a major operation and they want to do this every 6 months. And you put, well, not every, they want to do this every month. And you put 50 cents on the pounds. And they bought 40,000 pounds. How much money did the person who's the intermediary make? Anybody know?
20 grand.
All right. So they buying 40,000 pounds. And you're going to get 50 cents on every one of those. So 50 cents times 40,000 is exactly. So if it was $1, it would be 40,000, but it's 50, so it's half, so it's 20,000. So the person who's the intermediary, because they're operating in trade, they're not just operating and I got a job or any of this, they're operating in trade. So this person who just set up this deal and operating trade, now because this company will buy this every month, they will go from probably making $3,000 a month to $20,000 a month. So imagine you get 4 or 5 members making $20,000 a month. Would the EWF struggle? No, because each one of those members can give $2,000 a month to the organization for putting them in the position to make this money. So now all of a sudden the Ethiopian World Federation is getting over $1,000 a year because the members are making money. And now that funds helps us to create and construct other things to help deliver and bring the change. Africa is the haven for oil, gold. How many companies over here buying oil? Can you go build a relationship with the Africans that are setting up the drills and drilling oil? Let's say they got jet fuel. So there's all of the private airplane companies. You get one of these private airplane companies to go through you, you're making money from them buying jet fuel because you're dealing in trade. Now, when these type of fundings and things come to communities and numbers of people, now you're building generational wealth that can circulate back in. And you're not constrained to the racist system because it's trade and business. So the natural resource and all of that eliminates anybody acting superiority or any of they still do it, but the superiority is in the business being accomplished and being able to fund development. This is what we're looking to put our members in the position of learning and doing. And His Imperial Majesty has given us that position in Africa. Just know that. All of the kingdoms and queendoms, yes, they know who you are. They know what His Majesty set in place. And when we speak from that component, they are with us. Amashe. Amashe. Chair.
Chair.
12 o'clock.
Go ahead, tap it.
Yes, sir. Negusa Salam. Well, it all hinges on what we was reasoning on in our presentation, how we present, right? And like you said, thus far, most of the people in the latter days going to Ethiopia, they didn't represent the Federation in the statical sense, you know? They didn't represent the Federation like that. They more lean on their Rastafarian things. And like you say, not knowing that everything has religious wise have been put on an equal status. So they can't give you no privileged thing as being a Rastafarian because everything, all religions is everything has been put on a equal level. So you put yourself, in a situation for not to receive the special um naturalization that you were supposed to receive if you had came through the proper statical uh clothing that His Majesty gave us, but that's the problem that we have to re-educate or undo all of Africa because these ones running all over saying they're establishing Ayabingi houses when we're supposed to be establishing embassies,
Yes, sir.
and it's a situation, so the work that the I is doing in establishing uh, the King of Kings um, land, with the traditional kingdoms to put them in the overstanding of what His Majesty has done, that's very profound. That's just what is needed because it's a re-education. And one thing that's very um, in the Constitution of the 1955 Constitution or the Ethiopian Constitution, the Pledge of Allegiance, you know, because most states they pledge an allegiance to their flag, it is like that. But here in Article 25, in pursuance of the requirements of Article 22, the members of the Crown Council shall take the following oath in the name of the Almighty. I hereby swear allegiance and fidelity to my sovereign, His Imperial Majesty, and I will, as a member of Parliament, faithfully respect the laws and Constitution of the Empire. That right there, man, that right there is that's so special right there. You know what I mean? That's a special situation right there. You know, under the Almighty. We're not leaving out the Almighty. It's under the Almighty. That's why when the 1955, when they had the Americans come help with to write this 1955 revision, they tried so hard to get His Majesty to remove the divine right of kings by bloodline. And he vehemently said, no, what are y'all talking about? They try to get the Ethiopian ministers to come to His Majesty, which they did. They tried to get His Majesty to remove that part of it because it didn't go with modern styles of government, But we see here in the oath that it's under the Almighty. And I just heard a person say today, because we was reasoning on some things, yeah, we got to get ready for the kingdom. And I'm thinking to myself, what do you mean? We got to get ready for the kingdom. We're getting ready for the kingdom to come. Like the kingdom has already been here, right? And this a prominent person who's a member of the Federation too.
Yes,
So people
yes.
really not understanding the reality of what the king has given us. And it's very serious because these people hold um, important positions and they still not in the mind of, they somewhat there, but they're not there, you know. And it's something. So I not give thanks that, His Majesty has given us the vision because without the vision the people would perish. Selah.
Yeah. Yes, without the vision, the people will perish, and His Majesty gave us the vision. And that's what we speak from. This is not Local 49's theory. This is not Ross Lazarus. This is speaking from the vision in which His Majesty gave us to see how we can save ourselves from annihilation. And you have to keep thinking about, why was that a word put in our Constitution? Are we facing annihilation? Where did they see that at? Were they facing annihilation? So you have to take it serious and understand that what is going on in the world today was already stated to us, that we had to prepare and be ready to save ourselves. That's the 19 self-savior. Yes, I give thanks.
Brady, Russ, Brady. One thing I would say is that in seeing in trying to make it the people understand that His Majesty has come, the kingdom that everybody's waiting for, His Majesty is the fulfillment of it. That just brings it, this brings the element of the messianic fulfillment. And that messianic fulfillment is a religious aspect. And in the Constitution, where it says that we should keep His Majesty's earth strong, we should keep the Constitution there, and we should keep the finding of the true cross. You see, that is a religious element. And in seeing that His Majesty is the Messiah, because the finding of the true cross, is the element. That is the religious element. That is the full. Even when Ras Lazarus, where you read the speech of His Majesty, where you began, and he said that he was the mother and son. Well, that was very, I'd actually never heard of Empress Menin and him and His Majesty being called the mother and son, because I actually thought, or not thought, but I interpreted the idea of the mother and son in the inauguration, in the crowning of Empress Zoditu, and His Majesty then being the son as Prince Regent, because they used to refer to themselves as mother and son. My dear son, my dear mother. That is it. You can read their communiques. That's how they communicated. So yeah, so I was quite interested to hear that His Majesty put Empress Menin in that iconography, because that is iconography, of the mother and son, which again is a messianic fulfillment. So I think that the difficulty, I understand fully what Ras Lazarus is saying, in terms of the secular necessity of making it the federation a movement which doesn't have any particular religious bent, but in recognizing this idea of the Messiah, the messianic fulfillment, whatever religious persuasion you would be of, you would actually know that His Majesty, in knowing that His Majesty is the Messiah, then because all religions are looking forward to the day, in the Muslims, they're looking for the Mahdi, the Mahdi, I think they call him. You know, he's the same principle of the Christos or the Christ, the ancient Christ. So I think it's difficult again, you know, I think we're in a difficult position in trying to actually keep it secular without, you know,
When,
where if
when we,
we
well, you see, our reality and European reality is religion is like a fantasy and a myth that you're waiting to see something if the fantasy or the wishful reality happens in your life, and other than that you'll see it when you're dead. And people contrast religion in that component, but when you take it as you're living, like the Bible is a living story and you're living that story, not you got that faith in that book, but you're living that story. See, religion has faith in the book and what the words say, and hopefully it'll bring a blessing to them for believing in it. But when you come on our side, you're living that story. So it's not a faith, it's a living reality. And even though we say, oh, well, we're dealing with it in the government and other things, no, we're a spiritual beings. That's the customary and indigenous way of life that we return to. Europeans separate that. They the ones running around here talking about separation of church and state, but yet the church gave them a charter, so they are part of the church. We're here saying our spiritual identification is our being, and that the King of Kings has liberated us. So we're a living reality. We don't just have faith that the King may one day do this or this may happen. No, it's a living reality for us. That's not religion. Other people have a belief in a book, in stories in a book. It's fairy tale until they are living that living reality. So we're talking about a living reality. And so how the world defines it and separates it. It's not that we're not saying we're not living a spiritual reality in the EWF. We're just saying it's not a religious thing. Now, if you deal with it on what's going on, it's a spiritual reality. The people awakening to the calling of the King. The people are waking up to the liberation given to them by the King of Kings. The King of Kings fulfilled Christ and his kingly character by being a leader in a time when all evil was reigning. One stood in the midst of that with a divine mentality. So that's a divine king. And they ushered in the change to protect the people in the divine light. What is the divine light? The recognition of human life, human rights. That's spiritual reality. But someone said, well, that's not religion. What you think your religion talking about? See, so when we separate it, you know, it's that's European trickery. Like, I don't want to read the book when I could be the prophet. I don't want to read the book when I could be the warrior standing on side of the king fighting. So reading the book and professing the faith, that's religion. Seeing your living reality, that's self-determination. You're coming back now. Yes, sir.
yes, sir, give thanks.
Yes, sir. Tunisia. Yes, sir. The floor is open. Yes, sir.
I like to put an addition, and I give praise, Mr. Adros and the INM for the clarity. And then I heard what the budget talking about, reason about the Naya Bingi. But we have to be careful, because we have come through a long way, right? And then all the houses of Rastafari, they have been a foundation to bring the people together. Now, what is needed is that reality, as Mr. Lazarus talking about. We need to let everyone, the ones that I'm interested, because you can bring a cattle to whatever, you can't allow to drink. Those that are interested, you say that truth. That is the clarity that we need, and I need right now. This, like the reasonings that going on now of the connection that His Majesty set for I and I. Because tell the truth, a lot of the houses might be ignorant of that, who we really are. And for the past couple of months, listening to the reasonings, it has given me a clarification that I've been working stronger and trying to encourage ones and ones that who they really are, because like we really didn't know who we really are. It's true some of us have Bobo, Naya, Bingi, 12 tribes, but the reality of it, who we really are to represent, because as the I say, some people, I mean, in all the fractions of Rastafari, you still find some people saying they're waiting on the king to come, they're waiting on the coming. That's the vision, patterned upon the European religion system. But right now, I feel confident, to understand that I am in the right place as a Rastafari. And grow within the Bible being give me the discipline to realize that the fire that has been kindled, right now it's lighting over the whole world, because that is the how do you call it? That is the Bible we need now to bring forth to the family of the King of Kings. The real, because when the reason, like only the how do you call it, the connections the king made. Yo, these things were never told and they will never be told to I and I. So I think right now, nothing, but right now is the time that is the gospel, that is Rastafari gospel now, and I give him praise for that. The little I collecting, I can get shared my community, and to expand that Rastafari, to keep I and I grounded, because we really don't know who we are, what we are, until someone guide I and I. Give him praise again, all the time, Rastafari.
Yes, I. And then, in the same aspect as Ross Cipher was saying, His Majesty is a living reality. And in a world where the leaderships of the world represented such cruelty and hate, our spirit recognizes, that spirit of His Majesty. And so in the houses, that's the chant. The chant is to that spirit. The drum beat is to the sounding of that spirit. And that spirit that His Majesty came with is the echo of an eternal, ancient theocracy of liberation that has always existed for our people on earth through that kingdom. So when they feel that spirit, so now that's the chanting, that's the harnessing. And so all of the houses were necessary. I always tell people it's 3 stones and a yaba pot. And all 3 stones is needed, because if you move one stone, the pot fall over and nobody don't eat. So you have the 3 stones. That's Judah, Levi, and Israel. So when you look at Nyabingi come in as the house of Judah. Bobo come in as the house of Levi, the priestly. And then you have the 12 tribes, which represent the people of Israel.
So we've always moved in a triunal aspect. And in this time, it's still the orders represent still that same thing, but yet they are one. So even in the ancient times when the archaeologists and the Bible scholars go to studying, they really come to a point where they say the clear that there's really only one tribe, but maybe two, but they're pretty much the same. And that becomes Judah and Levi. That's why they say the other 10 tribes disappeared, the lost 10 tribes. So when you even look at that aspect, if you have Judah and Levi, and then you say Israel, and you say 12 tribes was Israel, but then they're really only one, but you would be like you lost tribes. So we're kind of still living the same biblical stories. And if we start to see our lives as the reflective of that science in these cycles, and we move as a living reality, not as a passive religious people waiting for something, but actually seeing what really took place, then we can move in the guidance of His Majesty. Then we see His Majesty as the living reality. And then now those words echo heavy to the world because they have overlooked it, you know. And I love to tell people just let's go through it. Let's pull up all of the master teachers, Noble Drew Ali, Elijah Muhammad, all of them, and we go back to that period, and we can see that okay, yeah, they instituted a religious or spiritual awakening amongst people, but they didn't change the direction of the rage and the conquest of the European on earth. There was a massive force had to headbutt them to slow them down. And that's where Ethiopia and His Majesty come in as the directive. So when we get the COINTELPRO and all of these things everybody talk about, the first aspects of COINTELPRO, propaganda, misdirective media attacks would have been against the only independent, non-colonized nation in the world, and that was Ethiopia. So a lot of times when we get into the Pan-African movement, we forget how much propaganda and media destructive and destroying the history was put into the attack on Ethiopia. Even our chaplain brings forth our master teacher, Nathaniel Huggins. And Black history made sure they removed Nathaniel Huggins. And when we study Nathaniel Huggins, we find out he was very influential in what we call the Black master teachers like John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben and them. He was in relationship with J.A. Rogers. But and all of them, J.A. Rogers, Dr. Ben, all of them said Ethiopia, Ethiopia, Ethiopia. That was in their books. And then when we look at the time around that, this is Nathaniel Huggins pushing this majorly. But after he's killed, the COINTELPRO operations, after he's killed, somehow the propaganda starts moving the Black people away from saying Ethiopia. You have the riots in Chicago, and they're yelling nationality is Ethiopia. They weren't just saying Rastafari. They were saying we're Ethiopians. We're under the charter of the king. This is what Leonard Howell took back to Jamaica. This is why he said that there was paperwork coming and people would be able to go because he had heard them say a king issued charters and people would be this, not the Ethiopian charters, but not Ethiopian World Federation charter, but the right to repatriate back to Africa, sending diplomats and all of this. So this is what he goes back to. Ethiopia was summoning us in a diplomatical position and empowering us. Now, time of the war. I don't want to go too far, but I do want to answer this question because he made me think about something. Time of the war. Our people were declaring that they wanted to go to Ethiopia to fight in the war. And the United States was stopping people. But Robinson and several others were able to still go. Why were the people stopped? From being able to go to Ethiopia to fight? I had that question and I forgot I wanted to raise that. And it just,
to the chair.
yes, sir, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Negusa Salam. Well, U.S. passed a bill that outlawed participation in foreign commissions. They passed a bill to stop.
Okay.
The brothers. The bill is a number. It has a number to it.
But
I have it. But see what I had. Well, and then when they did that, for the people who didn't know the law, right? Because the Montevideo and all of that convention had just happened 3 years prior. So the people who didn't know the law, the black people, that scared them. Because they told them y'all was doing something illegal, and if you continue, you would be incarcerated. So you got to think about what that did to the movement.
The first word that was said was they were told that they are not allowed to support a foreign
commission.
Ethiopia is not foreign. His Majesty is our jurisdiction. That's our empire. The United States, you are foreign to us. The empire of Ethiopia is not foreign to us. Now, say, yes, you're right. It's foreign. I'm saying I'm American and not Ethiopian.
Right.
So if I say I'm Ethiopian, and if you're stopping me from supporting my Ethiopian heritage, then you're saying I'm still under slavery or I'm still under your colonized control. So now we have a different declaration being here because by me wanting to pursue my heritage and protecting it as an Ethiopian and you trying to stop me, you're producing the evidence that I need to show that you're still trying to hold me under slavery.
Right.
You're still holding me under your authority. See, and at that stage in time, we didn't have that belief that that was a reality. Why? Because His Majesty was still moving the chess pieces.
Right.
They had no clarity all the way. They knew they loved Ethiopia, but on that same time period, they weren't pushing until 1937, EWF. And then on that aspects, they still hadn't learned it from the aspects after His Majesty comes in 1953, 1948, signs this treaty in America, signs the treaties around the world, because after the stages of the war, the Declaration of Human Rights was implemented. So now those declarations of human rights then led to the rights of colonized people, indigenous peoples. So now those contracts of agreement by the enslavers is saying that the indigenous or the colonized people now have rights. So the first stage for that change hadn't come when they were trying to get brothers and sisters to sign up for the war. The next stage after Ethiopia is victorious and the next stages of the work under His Majesty and the EWF being implemented fully, that's what starts opening up the dialogues of this stage of being actually diplomats, actually operating in a certain capacity under human rights and having the right to self-determination. Self-determination didn't come out till after the 1930s. So
Brother, pray the eyes. Pray
nobody
the eyes.
say self-determination for all of the regular people. That wasn't a goal of international law. The goal of international law prior to that under the League of Nations was still protecting European interests and its conquest of the world. That's it. So now the language to speak is not really there in the 30s, and when they're recruiting in the war, the Montevideo Convention is coming out and is being produced. But then the blacks here in America still have not identified themselves as what? Nothing. They're just slaves come out of slavery in their mind, right? They still have not identified to acknowledge the king in a certain capacity. So we are still not seeing that. Now, here we go. The Pope declared that he was the highest authority, remember? So now when His Majesty comes, how many blacks understood His Majesty was the highest authority at that time? Or did they feel the United States government was the highest authority, or the Catholic Church and the Pope was the highest authority? An African king was not considered to be the authority. In fact, Africa was on the edge of being the conquest of conquering it all the way around, and they were attacking Ethiopia. So who knew who could have speak that? But they were. In Chicago, this is what Brother Redding and them were saying. They were saying it.
To the chair.
And then they were attacked and they were put down. You
And
know? Yes, sir.
also, Emperor Menelik II, remember because of his extensive research with his library and such. One of the things he was talking to the European nations when he was being attacked by Italy was the guise of colonization was Christianity and bringing Christianity to heathens and whatnot. So that was one of their legal claims as to why they should not be attacked, and this whole um campaign and war is illegal. Um so yeah, I think that definitely sparked His Majesty under the guise of, Emperor Menelik II and his vast library, a knowledge of international affairs of Ethiopia, and his treaty, ability, 1906 with America. These things spark, that movement with His Majesty to get that reality of the laws. So when you have the Pope and them coming to take the whole world down to say they're gonna give them Christianity, and all you gotta do now is say, hey, we don't want that Christianity. We want the old time religion.
Yes,
Give me that
sir.
old time religion for my soul. Yeah, we gonna have these Christian names over here, these Africanized Christian names. We're gonna be in this Christian jurisdiction over here. Since you claim that Christianity is the one that runs the land, we go with this Christianity. So we will call the name of the king. But if you have the people not having the reality to be even manifested within their mind as to what they're seeing out here, they're just blind. But there were people in Chicago and New York and in the bush that was citing the downloads that were coming at the time. I know what's going on. But when we talk about really and truly the importance of seeing the position that Ethiopia has of its being a African empire, and the reality of the history of this African empire, we wouldn't end up with this situation where Marcus Garvey still had, held on to his Catholic faith. Because,
Right.
like that's the opposite.
Mm.
So
Mm.
that spirit,
This
that
side.
spirit within
Mm.
I was
the,
gonna bring
Mm.
that up, Russ.
yeah.
I was gonna bring that up,
Mm.
Russ, about Marcus Garvey. He was a
Mm.
leading Roman Catholic, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But
So
that
I
would
pray
that's
make
that
a
I
that's
contradiction.
that's why he didn't see the authority of the king, unfortunately, the emperor,
Mm,
unfortunately.
mm.
but I pray that but you look in this writings though, and
Mhm.
he said that our God is the God of Ethiopia, and we
Yeah.
shall worship him through the spectacles of Ethiopia. So, my take with Garvey is from that view of his speeches that he said that our Almighty, our God is the God of Ethiopia. The God we serve is the God of Ethiopia, and we shall worship him through the spectacles of Ethiopia.
But
You
the
know,
the 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 furthering thing is to put the reality to it. That reality
right,
was the
right.
Hido.
But
So
see,
if the reality was going to be manifested, like how we speak about what we're doing, the next
like
step,
today,
yeah. So the next step would have been the verbiage would have in there the Tiwahido, because that was a reality.
or His Majesty, yeah, yeah, that's
Yeah.
true, that's
So
true. So,
so then that connection would have been made because it's not just a thought, it's a reality. It's not a gesture of just a loving gesture. No, it's a reality of what is the next
true,
step for real.
true. Well, I pray that in
Yes,
that
sir.
now we see in hindsight that foundation God was born in come from George Leal. That was George Leal, the Ethiopian Baptist preacher who took that to Jamaica. So we see that was his foundation that he brought from America when he reached Jamaica in 1783. So, we can see it now where that foundation come forward from, right? But we have to understand now that the beginning of the Rastafari movement, as we know it by that name, started in 1919 because of the treaty from Menelik II from 1906, which was an 11-year treaty. So it was up for to expire, and the Golden Prince Rastafari Regent sent the 4 ambassadors by boat to America to renew that treaty. So Prophet Redding in Chicago, he understood that, like we're talking about, the Treaty of Amity and Economic Treaty from 1953, it's the same thing that he was talking about from 1919, exercising the freedoms of that treaty. Because in that treaty, it said that Ethiopian nationals could come to America and transact business as long as they adhere to the laws of the land. They should have the protection of the American government. Likewise, so that would be two high contracting parties. Likewise, Americans, businessmen, could come to Ethiopia and transact business as long as they adhere to the laws of the crown. They will have protection of the crown. So this is this is still the premise of what this whole movement started forward on. So when Leonard Howard came here, the Honorable Leonard Howard came here to Chicago as a longshoreman and get contact with these brethren, he took that forward to Jamaica. But in somewhere between there, they lost forward with the 1919 treaty, and that's why Bongo Watu them they kept talking about the 1955 Constitution because it's supposed to be statical. We're supposed to be under the king, not just saying we believe in the king, but lawfully under the king. But we have to be true to ourselves and know what we really defending here, because the truth is an offense, but not a sin. Because His Majesty never established anything but the Ethiopian World Federation by law. So how are we gonna give up our standing by law for faith? So we said we believe in him by faith. That can never stand forward. And so his majesty himself already put forward that word sound. But people don't understand what the king really was saying. So that's why
Ready?
we saying in the foundation right now, it's the difference when you go and establish an Ethiopian World Federation local in Africa, right? And you fly the Lion of Judah banner. That's an embassy. And we're talking about diplomatic immunity, right? Then when we go there now and we saying we establishing a house of Rastafari, it's two different things, brethren. And
Ready,
and people get offended when you're talking on this level, but we know the history and how these ones now usurped the original Ethiopian movement because Rastafari is not my nationality. Rastafari could never be my nationality. Ethiopia is my nationality. And now we know now what we didn't know. His Majesty gave us a prayer book. He gave us a prayer book so we don't have to come up with anything. We don't have to use our minds. Because you know in the scripture, see, the ones who defended this, he who have the word, let him speak the word. See, in the foundation of the Bingi house, see, it's the Ayabingi house, not the Nyabingi house. The Ayabingi house based off the king. And in the foundation, for everything the man talk about, man have to read scripture. Because everything's supposed to be founded off of the scripture. And if you read the scripture properly, it tell you one way that he established an ensign in the North Country. And from that ensign he established in the North Country now, he gonna bring the children home from all the places that they was driven. That's Jeremiah 23, that's Zechariah 14, that's Joel, that's Habakkuk, that's Malachi, all of these things. They don't read no other way. And if you use the word prophecy of the Lord, or burden of the Lord, or theocracy of the Lord, then you shall be punished. Because them two different things. Because Israel turned down theocracy and they asked for a monarchy. You can't forget that in 2 Samuel chapter 8. Israel turned down the theocracy of the Most High. That's why the prophet Samuel told them, what you asking for is folly, because the Lord is your king already. I know you can't see him, but who you think won all of your battles for you? We know the king won our battles for us. Because every battle we fought, better Israel, it was against the odds. So the king already proved itself to you. Now you're asking for an earthly king to lead you into war and to fight your battles for you. And the king said, humble thyself, Samuel, because I have it under control. Because it's not you that they're refusing, it's I they're refusing. But show them the way of the king that shall reign over them. So our king coming to fulfill that request of better Israel to lead us into war as he did at the battle of Machau. And he fought our battles for us single-handed when he went to the League of Nations 1930 and prophesied. Because there's only one prophet, you know. The king is the only prophet. There's no more prophet. Everybody else is a saint. It's the difference between prophet and saints. There's only one prophet, and that's the one that sit on the throne. That's what we read in Jeremiah 23. It's only one prophet and saints. The king is the prophet, and he's the only one we can prove that prophesied and came forward through the truth and lights. Now we and 19 now since we know now what we didn't. Hold on one moment. Before now what we know now, what we didn't know. You see what I'm saying? We didn't know that the king gave us a prayer book. We didn't know that about the Mahel Safari lion Takir Ambassador Abanas heads was cut off. You know, we didn't know all of that. In African tradition, you can't disrespect your ancestors who gave their life and their heads for this. No, man, you can't do that. And so the Come to Say a movement started in 1947. Zion already been fought for and liberated in 1941. And the man already was praising the king. The praise of the king started in Ethiopia. It didn't start nowhere else. We have to really deal with these things properly and teach the truth about these things. Jamaica is not known for the land of Ethiopian World Federation. It's known for the land of Rastafarians. That's folly, brethren. We're not upholding that, man. That's folly.
Yes,
It's
sir.
not known
Brady,
for the land of Ethiopia. The Ethiopian World Federation came to Jamaica in 1938. Atlanta Howard was a part of that local. All the Rastafari elders was a part of that first local that came to Jamaica in 1938. And the man can come telling me about something that was established in 1947.
Brady, Russ.
I pray the item. See, la. I pray the item.
Just yes, sir. Give thanks, Captain. Give thanks. Fire, fire, fire. Just one thing quick, Cypher, is
Yes,
that
sir.
when the chaplain mentioned about that choice in the time of Samuel about wanting a king. So, Cypher, you speak about the Igbo, quite often. One of the things that was important for them was they didn't want to rule over anybody. So it sounds like, it's the same thing Samuel was talking about from the time where you would have chiefs and sub-chiefs, and they would govern themselves with the law. But then somebody asks, they ask for a king. Yes, one giving that word right there. Give thanks. Yes, sir.
Yes, I. Well, yeah, give thanks, Russ Amdi. Well, and I fully understand the eye's sentiment and the eye's passion. Well, you see, we have to mind how what we say. We have to mind how we say it, because what the eye is saying is perfectly true, and the truth has to come out. So I would say to the item on this call here, especially Ras Kimian, with your abilities with the computer and media and thing, is that this needs to be marketed, and this needs to be marketed as a continuation of the liberation movement. This is liberation theology. Now, in South America, when they had liberation theology, they used the Catholic priest then used to work with the terrorists them and with gunmen. But we aren't dealing with no gunmen. We're dealing with truth and rights and the truth of the live, like what Raz Lazarus says. This is a living reality, but we need to talk in the revolutionary spirit of Rastafari, which it was. You see, and why I have a big problem with the church and our brethren them going into the church is because they all want to become like pious, pretending that they're pious priests when we're warriors. We're warrior priests. So we're not looking to be pious. And oh yes, not to say we haven't got no brotherly love for our brothers, but not to be pious and false. See, oh my brother, when someone's mashing up your life, and my brother, we're a warrior class. And that's what we have to deal with. And I think we have this Mahel Safedi has the ingredients to function as a revolutionary movement with Ras Lazarus's understanding of the law. That is Psalm 1 straight away. We live in the law of the Lord. And this is the law which has been given. But if we can now interpret it in the living reality of what it is, then I think we have a chance to even bring the Nyabingi to Ayabingi. But we can't go telling the Nyabingi, oh, you were wrong, you're this, you're that, blah, blah, blah. You can't do it like that. You have to do it with the liberation theology. Rastafari is a revolutionary movement. Revelation, And this has to be the way to go forward. It needs marketing. I mean, it's great that we all sit here and learn this information, which we do it every, I mean, I sit the whole of the night. It's early hours, and it's probably 6 o'clock in the morning now here in England. I'm not even sure what the time is. What is it? Yeah, it's 6 o'clock, 5:55 in the morning. Well, it's great. I can sit here all night and do it, but we need to get this. We need to get this message to the world, to gather the people from the four corners of the earth. And
Yes,
the
sir.
only way we're going to do it is to package it. It needs packaging. It needs a real concerted effort to market this information. Even though we tape all of these and you put them on the website, it needs more than that. It needs a revolutionary zeal speaking behind it. To put it into the context of the revolution and keeping up the Arbonauts, the firefighters, the Mahel Safedi, the
All
fiery
right.
swords around the throne.
It's
But
it's
I,
You
getting
know,
I pray that
it's getting easier based on what's going on in the world. And that's the things that life does. So it's life lessons. Meaning right now, we have large Rastafari community from the Caribbeans and so forth in the United States. Right now, they're facing the attacks, governmental attacks on many aspects. Even in Jamaica, um, there is a feeling of a governmental attacks by the Maroons and others and so forth. Correct. And so everyone is, because of that, everyone is searching. Everyone is searching now for certain aspects of answers. See, and that's what then brings us to our level of okay, now they're determined to get the answers. It's not like you got to force people to think, but if they're already under a distress and they're looking and searching, they're more open for the answers. So what's happening now is more minds are opening up and they're ready now to digest the answers. Many weren't before because many didn't want governmental responsibility. Still today, we have members in the EWF. They don't want governmental responsibility. They just want to say the EWF is a fraternal order like the Boy Scouts and the Girl Scouts, and it helps people pay for maybe a funeral or something. But they don't want governmental responsibility, and they don't want to have to battle with any government about the rights of their people. That's outside of what they view themselves as being able to do in the EWF. So, but those same people, many of them are here right now and will be facing immigrations. And many of them don't have no place to go back to Jamaica and start all over. They don't have the funds for that to just pick up and move from one country to another. So they're going to end up starting to say, what are the answers? How do we deal with this? Do we have any rights? Then the things that His Majesty gave us will become relevant. So life is making things relevant for people, not religion, not faith, life.
Right.
Yes, sir.
I pray that it's the prophecy. Right. But the difference is this. When we go into places or going to Africa, we telling them you're Ethiopian by birthright. Remember your origin. We're not coming to tell them they're Rastafarian. You see, that's the difference. We come and say, okay, you from Zimbabwe, but you're Ethiopian. You from Kenya, you're Ethiopian. You from Gambia, you're Ethiopian. You from South Africa, you're Ethiopian. You from Malawi, you're Ethiopian. You see, because Majesty said, with the OAU, we need one grassroots organization to hold everybody in a commonality of Ethiopian. And we had that when His Majesty First Victory come and he is the leader of all the African liberation movements, and they come to Ethiopia and thing. So they honored Ethiopia when they got their flag. All of them had a ice gold and green, red, gold, and green in their flag somewhere. But then them and them got into that to break that chain. And they started getting countries that had a red, white, and blue flag, red, white, red, and yellow. They broke that homage they was paying to Ethiopia. South Africa, a couple of other ones. They broke that homage of paying homage to Ethiopia, right? So this is our mission. We're not come to say this or that about no one, but we know, because we the generation of the ones who it was given to. We see how they took the Constitution and made their own frameworks of what they did. They took the Constitution in South Africa, the Rastafari there, and they did the same thing with the Constitution in South Africa, but they didn't do federation. And they did the same thing they did in Jamaica with it, the same way. But we had to understand that we had a university in 1800s, in the early mid 1800s, established by the so-called people in the slavery, which was Selma Institute, so we could train our own priests and pastors over us. And the alma mater of that university was until Ethiopia stretched forth her hands. And out of the first missionary to Africa came out of that. And they went to South Africa with Ethiopianism. And that blazed the fire in South Africa of Ethiopianism, same way. We're not coming to condemn no one, because people gonna do what they want to do anyway. The king gonna have the last word over it anyway. But I and I have to stand firm to know, because things we are happening right now, we're being affected by, because the Ethiopian can't change his skin, nor leopard his spots. So what that show is, our commonality is what we promote as Ethiopian, because when we come into Africa, a lot of our brothers and sisters, they're Yoruba, the Igbo, they different things, but they really still recognize the origin of the people from Ethiopia. Because I had a brethren, he come from a little country in Zimbabwe. It's by the river. He said they never conquered them to stop using the dagger, the ganja. They never stopped using ganja in that region. That's what they fought real hard about that in Zimbabwe by the river. And he said they still hold their origin come from the mountains of Ethiopia. He came to college over here. We went to the same university over here. And that's where the people hold. And so that's the same mission as Master put us on, to hold our commonality is our nationality under his throne. This not it's a reality lawfully. Yes, Ali.
Yes, give thanks, give thanks. Yeah, man, great reason. Well, definitely, we're going to be closing out the year for our story in North Carolina. We're gonna make it a memorable moment. It's gonna be a wonderful evening with a great dinner and a wonderful presentation to close off everything. It's gonna be online as well, so we'll have people able to view it and definitely get a great package as to the presentation on our story. So yes, I give thanks for our cipher. Great guidance. Give thanks, Mr. Lazarus. Give thanks, Chaplain Amdesign. Give thanks for us, Camille. It's been a wonderful reasoning this evening.
Right.
Yes,
I,
sir. wonderful reasoning this evening, and look forward to next strong coming up for another session. And we got some good things coming in for package. Yes, definitely been working with Rastafari TV. And we have a great opportunity and looking forward to doing a lot more. There'll be some great stuff coming from Rastafari TV in collaboration with us. So give thanks for that partnership and looking forward to doing those works to get it to the next level and get the people inspired. Yes, I give thanks.
Yes, I give thanks.
Land of Ethiopia. It's the black man kingdom. Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where our gods come to be. Like bees to a hive, swiftly children are gathered to thee, with our red, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong. With our hope and our future before us, we hail and we chant and we sing. Lead us high, who keeps Ethiopia free, advance to advance with truth and right, to advance with love and light, with righteousness leading. We hail to our God and our King, humanity pleading one love.
Yes, sir, negusa salam.
Yes, I negusa salam. Leku Malcolm Negatu. Apakudus Kedamawe. Hadi Selassie Siam. Exhibia. Negusa salam. Leku Malcolm Negatu. Apakudus Kedamawe. Hadi Selassie Siam. Exhibia. Ababa Jai. Heliai. Sila. 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 In the book of Jeremiah 23, the righteous branch. Woe to the shepherds who are destroyed and scattering the sheep of my pasture, declares the Lord. Therefore, this is what the Lord, the exhibit of Israel, says to the shepherds who tend my people, because you have scattered my flock and driven them away and have not bestowed care on them. I will bestow punishment on you for the evil you have done, declares Adonai. I myself will gather the remnant of my flock out of all countries where I have driven them, and I will bring them back to their pasture, where they will be fruitful and increase in number. I will place shepherds over them who will tend them, and they will no longer be afraid or terrified, nor will any be missing, declares Adonai. The days are coming, declares Adonai, when I will raise up for David a righteous branch, a king who will reign wisely and do what is just and right in the land. In his days, Judah will be saved, and better Israel will live in safety. This is the name whereby he will be called, the Lord our righteous Savior. So then, the days are coming, declares Adonai, when people will no longer say, as surely as the Lord lives, who brought up better Israelites out of Egypt, but they will say, as surely as the Lord lives, who brought up the descendants of better Israel out of the land of the north and out of all the countries where I have banished them. Then they will live in their own land. Lying prophets. Concerning the prophets, my heart is broken within me. All my bones tremble. I am like a drunken man, like a strong man overcome by wine, because of the Lord and his holy words. The land is full of adulterers because of the curse. The land lies parched, and the pastures in the wilderness are withered. The prophets follow an evil course and use their power unjustly. Both prophet and priest are godless. Even in my temple, I find their wickedness, declares Adonai. Therefore, their path will become slippery. They will be banished to darkness, and there they will fall. I will bring disaster on them in the year they are punished, declares Adonai. Among the prophets of Samaria, I saw this repulsive thing. They prophesied by Baal and led my people, better Israel, astray. And among the prophets of Jerusalem, I have seen something horrible. They commit adultery and live a lie. They strengthen the hands of evildoers, so that not one of them turn from their wickedness. They are all like Sodom to me. The people of Jerusalem are like Gomorrah. Therefore, this is what Adonai, Exhibia, Siam, Exhibia, says concerning the prophets. I will make them eat bitter food and drink poison water, because from the prophets of Jerusalem, ungodliness has spread throughout the land. This is what Siam Exhibia says. Do not listen to what the prophets are prophesying to you. They fill you with false hopes. They spread visions from their own minds, not from the mouth of Adonai. They keep saying to those who despise me, the Lord says, you will have peace, and to all who follow the stubbornness of their hearts, they say, no harm will come to you. Fire. But which of them has stood in the council of Siamexibir to see or hear his word? Who has listened and heard his word? See, the storm of Adonai will burst out in wrath, a whirlwind swirling down on the heads of the wicked. The anger of Adonai will not turn back until he fully accomplishes the purposes of his heart. In days to come, you will understand it clearly. I did not send these prophets, yet they have run to their messages. I did not speak to them, yet they have prophesied. But if they had stood in my counsel, they would have proclaimed my words to the people and would have turned them from their evil ways and from their evil deeds. Am I only an Ixibir nearby, declares the Dunniite, and not a Ixibir far away? Who can hide in secret places so that I cannot see them, declares the Dunniite. Do not I feel heaven and earth, declares the Dunniite? I have heard what the prophets say who prophesied lies in my name. They say, I had a dream. I had a dream. How long will this continue in the hearts of these lying prophets who prophesied the delusions of their own minds? They think the dreams that tell one another will make my people forget my name, just as their ancestors forgot my name through Baal worship. Let the prophet who has a dream recount the dream, but let the one who has my word speak it faithfully. For what has the straw to do with the grain? Fire, declares the Dunniite. Is not my word like fire, declares the Dunniite, and like a hammer that breaks a rock in pieces? Therefore, declares the Dunniite, I am against the prophets who steal from one another words supposedly from me. Yes, declares the Lord, I am against the prophets who wag their own tongues and yet declare. The Lord declares, indeed, I am against those who prophesy false dreams, declares the Dunniite. They tell them and lead my people astray with their reckless lies. Yet I did not send or appoint them. They do not benefit these people in the least, declares the Dunniite. False prophecy. When these people or a prophet or a priest ask you, what is the message from the Lord? Say to them, what message? I will forsake you, declares the Lord. If a prophet or a priest or anyone else claims this is the message from the Lord Adonai, I will punish them and their household. This is what each of you keep saying to your friends and other better Israelites. What is the Lord's answer, or what has the Lord spoken? But you must not mention a message from the Lord again, because each one's word becomes their own message. Fireball. So you distort the words of the living Ababa Jahai, Sila, Siyam Exhibir, our Exhibir. This is what you keep saying to a prophet. What is the Lord's answer to you? Or what has the Lord spoken? Although you claim this is a message from the Lord, a theocracy. This is what the Lord says. You use the words. This is a message from the Lord, even though I told you that you must not claim this is a message from the Lord. Fireball. Therefore, I will surely forget you and cast you out of my presence, along with the city I gave you and your ancestors. I will bring on you everlasting disgrace, everlasting shame that will not be forgotten. Fireball. Now we see what go on with Shashamani. What happened? Fireball. Give thanks to the Most High for his mercy and his truth to correct us and keep us like the arrow. Let the man who have his word speak it faithfully. Abakudus Kidamawi. Haile Selassie Shem Exhibit, Bah, Surut, Ab, Weld, Memphis Kudus, Haile Akal, Abakudus Kedamawe, Haile Selassie Shem Exhibit, Adhu Ab, Weld, Memphis Kudus, Haile Akal, Abakudus Kedamawe, Haile Selassie Shem Exhibit, Ababa Jahai Bezime, Mictino, Simicudis Kemistamenta, Faquade, Bezime in the Hondage, in who blemata Tihan, Yulet, in Jerastis in the Zindare, better latching in the curl benna in a better London, call it Damana, where they're following on keep for a dande, NG. Mingi Shanti, Natina Highly, Masculine Mazile Alimu, Abacudus Kanamawe, Highly Selassie Siam, Exhibia, Ethiopia, Tanawe Mahala. The Most High, Abacudus Kanamawe, Highly Selassie Siam Exhibia, is on thy head like a crown, and I shall not be without him. For his woven for I and I, a crown of truth, and caused its branches to bud in I and I. For lo, it's not like a withered crown with budded not, but thou livest upon I and I head, and thou hast blossomed upon I and I head. Thy fruits are full grown and I fit, full of thy salvation, O ancient king of the nation. Selah, Selah, Selah. Keep us with thy peace, thy mercy, and thy grace to fulfill thy holy commission, mission. Selah, Selah, Selah. Yes, I. Yeah.
See.